definitely an N-word.
Klaatu, Veranda. Okay then.
TEE-HEE
TV, darkness reigns. Brutal laughs and chains. Host unleashed, cruelty's plain. Welcome those, embrace the pain.
TEE-HEE. Oh,
Well, you seem
hello.
to.
Oh,
Okay,
I was gonna do it this time,
please
but
go right ahead.
hello everyone, and welcome to TEE-HEE TV. I am Join Us. Yes, and with me today is I still can't see you guys' names.
Hold on. Yeah.
I was never given a name.
Oh yeah, and with us today is Stone Cold Killer and Damian J. Williams. Groovy. Say hello, guys.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
And today we are going to be discussing the Evil Dead movies, all of them, and Within the Woods. And for those of you who may not know what that is the short film that Sam Raimi did that inspired the creation of the original Evil Dead movie.
Sort of a proof of concept, I guess.
Something like that, yeah. All right, then. So, I guess we're going to be. Well, should we start with Within the Woods?
I'd say so, yeah.
Since that's pretty much what spawned the Evil Dead franchise?
Yeah, made roughly a year before I think they went into production on the full movie.
Well,
1978. I think they started filming Evil Dead in like 79.
okay.
It was, I would say, a compressed, rapid fire version of what would be a stretched out, like tweaked version. I think where I think they completely like reversed the focus of like what Within the Woods was and what Evil Dead would become. Because even with like the gender, like when in Within the Woods, it was the males that were overtaken by the demons as opposed to the Evil Dead.
Yeah, and Bruce was the first to go.
Yep.
But it wasn't even but see and then I think the thing of like, okay, so what was the thing that sparked it? Because it was so rapid fire, like I missed. Was it this? It wasn't the skipping stones. What? Or was it just kind of just fucking just happened? Because what the fuck sparked it?
I think it was disturbing the Indian grave, right? When he took the dagger.
Oh, so I did. Damn, this shit was moving so quickly. I did miss that then.
Yeah, it was like just because of the quality and everything as well. It was a bit hard to follow at times,
Yeah.
especially hard to see. But
Yeah, there was a part I remember where he was rummaging through something and he found something in the dirt. I couldn't make out what it was. It looked like there was some kind of like cross that he pulled out of the ground.
yeah, it looked like a cross for sure, but
Yeah.
that doesn't really line up with the rest. But I think
Maybe I'm
they
misremembering it. I don't know, but he was
it was a
rummaging through
cross-looking
something
thing.
in the ground, and
Hmm.
he talked to his lady companion and said, "Hey, look what I found," that kind of thing. And then, like, something cut to the next scene. Um,
What was her name? Do you remember? Because I remember the other chick's name was Shelley, because that name has been ruined by South Park for me. Just Shelly. But what was the main chick's name?
I don't remember. I really don't. The only name that I remember from Within the Woods is Bruce, and that's only because his name is Bruce Campbell.
Yes, Bruce, Scotty, Shelley, and blank.
And I only know Scotty because that's what Jim said. And
He works in engineering.
yeah, he works in engineering and wears a red shirt.
But yeah, like to a point, I kind of, if it was a bit higher quality, I feel like the VHS kind of thing would have, like, I thought it lent itself to it a little bit, the scan lines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if that was an actual effect that had been applied, I think that would have kind of worked.
It
A
felt
bit better,
pioneer. It felt pioneer found footage for me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, actually, a little bit.
I don't normally like found footage movies. Like I've said this before, the only found footage movie that I've seen that I enjoy is the Chronicle movie.
I've still got to
I
see that.
Yeah, I would count this movie to be a found footage movie that I like. Within
But
the Woods.
but for me, Cloverfield was probably for me one of the best found footage movies, and that jammed into a monster movie because
I have still only seen that movie in parts.
you really need to see it because
I
it
have
really-
seen none of that movie ever to this day. I've seen the sequel though, the John Goodman one.
of course, because you're a
I've seen that
weirdo.
one in parts too.
Of course you have. You're a fucking weirdo. Like, why wouldn't you want to see the first one?
And
I don't like
two is Cloverfield Lane's the only one I haven't seen so far.
And I've also seen the Cloverfield Paradox in parts as well.
I've
I
seen
remember-
a part of that paradox. That's it. Looked boring. It was just like a couple of Chinese people eating chicken on a boat.
They're eating the dogs.
That's disgusting. Nobody implied that. I had to like sit here because we're in special times. I had to come up with like what food's not offensive for a Chinese to eat.
I mean,
Yeah.
noodles?
No,
I feel
that's
like
that's a stereotype.
I was going to say, I feel like even just saying what they do actually eat is probably considered racist now. So I don't know.
I mean, I immediately associated rice, and then I was like, "That's racist." Clearly, the word rice, and anywhere near an Asian person, is considered as racist. Even chicken.
So let me get this
Wait,
straight.
if you think of
Let me
chicken,
get this
Charles,
straight.
you're thinking chickadee China. So even that's racist.
Let me get this straight. If an Asian man stands next to a bag of rice, that's racist.
Not
For
on
you.
his part, but on you. Yeah.
Yeah, racist for you to view that Asian man standing next to that bag of rice.
You looking at that, you just look away, because otherwise you're canceled. How dare you?
Those are hate looks.
No, it's racist to say, go ahead. I know you want a bag. Just saying.
Oh,
You still allowed to talk about the jokes they do with Coke, or is that?
What do you mean?
That
Like,
is this old house wives' tale. They don't pee in your Coke.
Okay.
They don't do pee in your Coke.
Thank God, because that scared me for years.
They do play jokes.
I
but
still chug Coke, but yeah.
I just assumed my Coca-Colas had Asian man pee in them. Like I thought that Asian men lived in my fridge and Coke was made of their pee.
I mean, of course, he eats the cream of some young guy.
Never have I once.
Oh no.
I don't even like chop suey.
The song, or
The song's fine. I like General So's. I like lo mein, no vegetable. Lo mein with vegetable, I mean, it's just basically chop suey with noodle.
you know?
It's basically chow mein at that point. I don't like chow mein.
He don't like the vegetable.
No, I like vegetables. I just don't like them in Chinese dishes. Well,
Why?
not a lot. I don't. I like them in fried rice. I like them like beef and broccoli, but that's it. Why do you want vegetables when you can just have a fucking plate of fucking spare rib tips when I used to eat the pig? Oh, I miss that. The spare rib tips.
You don't dig on the swine no more.
Because
I haven't eaten pig in nearly a year.
Yeah, he's got but
Maybe
it's
more.
balanced. But it's balanced though, man. That's where if you're gonna do something like that, or you're gonna have some red meat, it's balanced to have the vegetables along with it, man. So you're not feeling like a fucking
Sure.
pathetic fat ass.
Sure, there's plenty of vegetables. I get it, but I'm just saying.
No.
Nah, not in my lo mein. You're ruining my noodles. And
No,
and the other stuff just chop suey is like vegetables and boogers. It's like a booger sauce. Most of their vegetable dishes use a booger sauce.
Jeez. Speaking of booger sauce, the gore. How do we like the gore?
Couldn't see it with that VHS quality.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
when you could
I
see
would-
it, it
I
looked
would- I
pretty
would
good.
say, yeah, the gore was hard to see.
Speaking of
There's
gore,
more-
then, is Bruce Campbell the first death? Because I believe you're right, Charles, or Damian, whoever said earlier when I asked. That was chopped up Bruce. Because I watched back. It did look like a chopped up somebody. So yeah, is he just like is he just his first death in this movie?
But see,
He was, yeah.
But see, that's the weird thing that I always had when it came to these movies, because the people who get attacked and ultimately become demons, like you could almost say undead if we're going to compromise on it, because like the girl,
Deadite.
yeah, because see, the girl, in my opinion, was the fucking first true death. Like she didn't come back as a demon. Like I almost thought that the other guy was like the next death or like the first death, but then we all know what happened toward the end of the fucking movie, which was like,
So they do come back as demons in Within the Woods or whatever it's called.
yeah, Bruce Campbell does, and the other guy does toward the that was like the
Any
we were
tree
getting-
rape?
No, sadly no.
I thought we might go there when the what I'm saying, when it seemed like the force was like coming after her, in the coming after one of the girls in the woods. I thought we might go there, but nah. But and it was like, yeah, the one guy coming back was like the unexpected, like holy shit, because when she went through all that with just one guy. And then it's like all of a sudden he pops up, and it was like that's how we end the movie. That's crazy.
Yeah, because she's sitting there just completely defeated. Then all of a sudden, hello.
No, I say relieved, because I mean she at least was able to get away from that guy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, relieved, but like after what she just went through the last few hours.
Yeah, but at least she chopped that guy up, and he was not coming back. And then but she went through a lot to get there. Yeah, so she was like, yeah, it was downtrodden, but relieved. And then all of a sudden, it's like, God, she's not going to survive. It's like you think to yourself, no way can she survive another one of this. You know what I'm saying? Like at this point.
Yeah, that was my thought. Just like I don't think she's got the energy.
And the female
Maybe
didn't.
she might have gotten lucky, but
And before the end of the movie, the female was not depicted as coming back as one of the Deadites. So that's why I kind of count her as like the one true death in the movie.
true, just final sort of just gone. Yeah,
With
yeah,
that-
okay, yeah.
Yeah, because with that, I believe either that knife or that fucking screwdriver to the neck, it was just like, yeah, he was really trying to make that final. And then she was done. It was like no coming back, and it was like no indication. And then we got the indication that the guy was coming back as a Deadite, and so now we have that. So it was like, yeah, it was just complete reversal on that one, complete reversal, which was pretty good. I mean, I don't know, why do you think they went reversal on the final girl? Why do you think they went to final guy?
I'm not sure because from memory, I'm trying to remember things from commentaries and stuff. I think in that one, it was just like them, like Sam Raimi having seen a bunch of, like grindhouse kind of movies and stuff like that, and it was just, sort of the standard thing was it's women getting tortured and chased or whatever the fuck in those movies. So it's kind of just going with that sort of thing. But why the switch? That could potentially be just because the way that it's that the shoot for that first movie, like the first actual movie, was I think it was almost 2 years long, and because they couldn't really pay people and stuff, they had people leaving and all sorts of shit. Like I think like at least half of the movie, if you see anyone from behind, it's because they were recast. They didn't actually have the actor anymore, so they had to shoot from behind because people had jobs to go back to and stuff like that.
Okay. Look, here's a theory that I have. And go with me on this one and see what you guys think. Because I was just kind of going over it in my head now, like, because looking at Within the Woods, it got me thinking, like, what if they felt like, you know what? If we put the women in this position, superpowering them with like the Deadite spirit, it would make it more of a visceral struggle with the guys in the movie. We could extend out the movie a little bit more and make it more of a struggle between them
Sort of
because
like flipping up the power dynamic, you mean?
yeah, a little bit, or at least sort of like evening it out in some people's eyes because now with this Deadite spirit, now they're even more formidable and can even overtake them if they're not careful. So it's more of a visceral struggle than it was with her and and Bruce Campbell within the woods and everything like that. So that's what I was thinking. I mean, that's what I started to think now. I mean, what do you guys think?
That's a good point. Like I hadn't even considered that because it really was such a traditional movie in that sort of traditional horror in that sense, as far as all that goes for Within the Woods. And then I can't think of anything that really predates Evil Dead that had that switch in dynamic.
I mean, because usually with movie monsters, slashers, even sometimes there will be things that would seemingly hurt them or whatever, but sometimes there'll be things that wouldn't hurt them at all. But it's like in order to make it work, even with these fucking supernatural monsters, everything that she hit them with had to hurt them in some way in order for her to gain some sort of balance in the situation, even gain an advantage to even pick up the hatchet and start chopping them up and everything like that. And then, and even then,
wasn't it like was it a broken chair leg? I think she started bashing him over the head with initially.
It was a number of fucking things. It was a number of fucking things that she ended up fucking jamming. I think she ended up jamming one of either the dagger or knives that was held in his hand.
Yeah, because when he was trying to get his hand through the door, she was stabbing him in the hand.
Like there's a number of fucking things that she assaulted him with, and then eventually going to the hatchet to chop him up. And then even then, like I was thinking, like, are they going to depict him still sort of being alive or whatever, or his head still fucking like reacting? But they really didn't. So it was like, that sort of threw me. And then the surprise of the other guy coming up, like that was. But I think they kind of thought about everything, and they kind of like started. Like those little tweaks, I think if we did this and made them more supernatural, to where certain things were not going to hurt them the way it usually does in a horror movie with certain monsters or whatever, like I said, essentially superpowering the females, in a real big way because of this like Deadite power and everything like that. It was just, I think they realized this is the way we're going to be able to extend this movie out a little bit more and give it a little bit more depth to it. So I think it was a good move. I think it was a great move, honestly.
There was only one scene I can think of that really had the comedy that you would see later on and sort of reflects back on the comedy background that they had, which was the scene where she accidentally stabs Scotty. He's like laying in the doorway, and she's trying to slam the door shut, but he's laying there in the doorway. And she's just like, I think she's like yelling at him, like, like, Scotty, God damn it. And she moves him a little bit, but his legs are still in the door, and she's slamming the door on his fucking legs.
Yeah, that was. I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to receive that. That was. I didn't quite know how to receive that. That was a confusing one for me. I just because the movie was so heavy, it was just like I just did not know how to receive that moment. It was just like, is this really happening? Did he turn? It's like I'm like that. That's like one of the things that kind of came. Like, did he fucking turn? Like at this point, because is that why she's doing this? Because
Can you
I'm
imagine the
like,
thoughts go through his head? Just like, bitch, you just stabbed me. Now you're fucking slamming me in the door and yelling at me like it's my fault that my stabbed body is lying here in the doorway. Fuck you.
any thoughts on that, guys? Any thoughts on that? Was it
On
comedy?
what's our I think so. I mean, I had a good laugh. I thought it was played for comedy, but
What about you, Join?
Um, let's see. You're talking about the part where Scotty came through the doorway and she stabbed him in the gut.
yeah.
Yep.
Then he's like laying in the door, and Bruce is coming up, like she's trying to close the door to keep Bruce
Yes,
out,
that
and
part.
she's
Yeah,
slamming Scotty in the door.
yeah. That part was that I was laughing at that part. I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, I mean,
It's weird.
at that moment, I kept thinking, like, all right, what are you gonna do? Are you going to push him out the doorway and just leave him to his own fate? Or are you gonna pull him into the room and just like have him in there with you? But I mean, then the thought came into my head going like, okay, but I mean, you stabbed him pretty good in the abdomen, so he's probably dead anyway.
Yeah, you're
So
not anywhere close to anyone who can help. So,
yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I thought that whole scene was just it was pretty funny. I
and
liked
then
it.
just to double down though, to drag like she would have been better to just push him out. Instead,
Yeah.
she drags him in a little bit and then starts smashing
That
his
would have
legs.
Then
really made it not
also
funny.
Then also, the part that I thought was the strangest part of that entire sequence is that when she pulled him into the room, he used his last breath to tell her about the gun in the cellar. Okay. They're upstairs in a room 2 floors above the cellar. How does she expect to get past the monster to get to the basement in the cellar?
The
To get to the
final
gun.
girl, the final girl in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre knew how.
True.
That reference right there would do wonders for me if I had actually seen the movie.
She jumped out of a second story window.
Okay.
She jumped out
Did
of a
I
second
do
story
that on
window.
accident? My finger
No,
was hovering. Okay. Yeah, you did. I wasn't. I'm like, I didn't.
I
Hi,
thought for
Mark.
sure you tossed
Mark
out.
fucks.
Greetings, Mark fucks.
But but yeah, I would definitely, like I said, I definitely think the tweaks that they made, and I definitely think the strides that they made to make women sort of like the movie monsters, of the time for that. I mean, because really, because you're so into the movie and into what the depth, like I said, the depth that they were able to bring to that extended movie, you really miss the fact that wow, women were really being the movie monsters in this movie, like it's kind of a trip. Like he was
And
just
the
like you really didn't think about it. Like it really didn't, like when I was like the first few times I was able to see it, it really didn't occur to me like wow, these women are being the movie monsters at this moment. The guys really weren't turned. What I'm saying, they were terrorized. And one was killed. And everything like that. It was a
well,
trip.
the one guy was turned.
He was. Oh yeah, he sort of was. Yeah, he
The
sort of
guy that
was.
wasn't Bruce. Yeah, he was.
Okay. Yeah, he sort
I
of.
don't think he didn't last too long, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the females that really were the terrorizers. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
they really were the terrorizers in that movie for sure. You know,
But
like
the final girl from Within the Woods was the one who played his sister in the first movie. The one who got had an experience with a tree.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Rape.
Hey. Well, we're 25 minutes in, but I mean, Jesus Christ, you trying to age restrict us? You trying to age restrict us, man? What the hell? Come on, man. Can't do that. Got to go fruity. You got to go fruity. You got
You
to go
son
fruity.
of a bitch.
You know, you got to go fruity. I mean, unless we want to be rebels about it. I mean, we feel like we can do our thing and not have the kids watch this. I mean, you know, maybe. I mean, fuck. There we go. But you know,
No.
but challenge. You know what I'm saying? But challenge idea. I wanted to parallel because Join Us says that the Evil Dead remake was great.
All right, let me reiterate what I mean by that.
Oh, you
The-
mean like you mean like Frosted Flakes? Great.
No. The
Oh.
first time I saw the movie, when I went to see it in the theater, I wasn't.
Pronounced theater.
Oh my God, semantics.
Yatra.
But the first time I saw it in the theater, yeah, because I'm a
Yatra.
pompous ass.
Theatra.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
thank
The
you.
answer, yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's not talk about the costumes yet. Next, okay?
Oh, for
Theater.
fuck's sake.
Get on schedule.
But
All right, I'm sorry to
First-
cause you issues here, Charles. I don't mean to cause you any
come on.
issues.
The first time I saw the movie in the theater, because I'm a pompous ass.
Theater? Did you say theater? Oh, you impoverished son of a bitch, you.
Theater.
You went to the theater, pip pip.
I hate you guys. You guys are dicks. all right?
Theater, not theater. Yeah.
Theater.
But
Goddamn you.
moving right along. But
Imbecile theatre.
but when I saw it at the movie place,
That's worse. Just say it how you're going to continue.
The cinema.
Yeah.
The cinema. The
when I saw it
cinema.
at the cinema, yeah,
When you saw it in the dark movie box with the seats in it,
The cinema was fine, pal. The cinema was fine.
when I was, why are we having such a hard time with this? Okay, when I saw the movie for the first time,
okay.
I was not really all that impressed with it. I was not really. I didn't really like it all that much. I mean, it was passable. Is the best way to describe it. It was passable.
Yeah, it's no tentacle porn, huh?
Oh, God damn it!
What is, though, really? I mean, that's like peak.
But I mean, it was okay. But having seen the movie recently, I enjoyed it a lot more. It was better the second time around. It was a lot more entertaining. I thought the gore was great. I thought it was really well done. I thought the prosthetics and the makeup work for the Deadites was really cool. I thought the design of the Necronomicon Ex Mortis was also very cool.
With like the teeth.
No, that was in Evil Dead Rise.
Oh, was it with like the? I thought that was in the remake too.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
No. It
But I
wasn't.
still feel like. But
the
I
thing
still.
with the Necronomicon Ex Mortis with the teeth was in Rise, and it was just in Rise.
But in the remake, he still had to cut through barbed wire to get that book open, right?
Yes, he did. The book was wrapped in a trash bag, and it was enclosed in barbed wire.
Now that right there, like, see, that to me, right from the beginning, is like, see, they in the original, they gave more room for innocent fuck up.
Mhm.
with the book. They gave
Yeah.
more room for innocent fuck up with this book that was just kind of there. Now, even though when they opened it up, it was like just it was stark red writing that says, "Do not read this book." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It was like, but the other shit, it gave even more reason, even more of an effort to keep you from opening the fucking book. And it's like
So, in
some
other words, it's like what the guy was doing with the pliers to break open the barbed wire, tear open the trash bag. It's like, dude, whatever happens next is entirely your fault because you ignored the warnings.
like they really wanted to push the
Yeah.
whole like the whole what they feel like is the classic horror trope of like you really push your way into a fuck up, like instead of the innocent, you know what I'm saying, fuck up, you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that because in the original Evil Dead, it was just harmless. Well, I wouldn't really call it harmless, but
no, not
it was
really.
just it was just curiosity. That's all it was. They were
Yeah, like what
listening
you
to the
yeah.
tapes. They were exploring the book, and the book was just lying there. It wasn't like purposefully hidden or anything. It was just lying there. And they thought, hey, no harm ever came from reading a book. And yeah, the book was just like it looks creepy, but hey, we'll just open the book up and read it, and we'll listen to the tapes and everything.
But
I feel
see,
like you find some tapes, you got a thing to play them. Like, you tell me you're not gonna play them at least a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah.
but yeah,
But
but
in the remake, it's just like Stone said, it seems like they were met with all these like constant I guess you could say
obstacles,
stop signs,
yeah.
these obstacles, these stop signs basically saying, "Whoa, back the fuck up, you need to stop." And they just kept brushing it out of the way, saying like, I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of, and I mean, I don't know. It's weird because for the remake in the time frame, you know, everybody's on vibes and energy. That's sort of a weird energy to bring into a situation where you're trying to get somebody like this whole thing, like this whole trip and this whole thing is to try to help somebody like, you know, get over something, get sober and everything like that. That's sort of like
That's
a
it. The chick is deep in fucking heroin withdrawals, and he can introduce just any like really anything negative into that situation.
but especially like I
You
said,
just
especially that was like a really a weird energy. And you're reading the shit and you're seeing what's going, and you're seeing the imagery that's in there. It's like a really weird energy to bring in, and it's like, and you just keep going further. It's like, did you? I mean, I was trying to analyze like, I'm saying like getting a sense of like, was he being compelled? Did you get a feeling that maybe he was being somewhat compelled to do this in a way?
it did kind of seem that way a little bit, yeah.
Like maybe
Like
he was soon as he opened the book, he was kind of like drawn to it.
yeah, less like a lack of self control, more just he was compelled by something
I'm
to
trying
just
to give
keep going.
I'm trying to give it legs here because otherwise I'm just feeling like they just really wanted to paint them stupid, you know what I'm saying, initially. You know what I'm saying, for me anyway, rather than rather than let the situation be a little more innocent, like I said again, an innocent fuck up, but really painting them as like just arrogant and push through and stupid. Like everything about them is like we're gonna push through. Like the whole theme of it is no, she's not gonna go to a fucking treatment center and get help. No, we just need to gather all my friends around and we're gonna chill out and hang out and whatever. And I'm gonna get through this way because my brother's gonna be here with me and we're gonna do it this way. It's just like that whole bravado that was just ever present within this cast was just not there when it came to the other cast in the original.
I would have to say that I mean going to a cabin in the middle of the woods to help a friend go through withdrawal, specifically heroin withdrawal, seems a little stupid if you ask me.
And
Yeah, but isn't also the whole thing like? Isn't it like the first? Was it 24 or 48 hours? Is like the hardest part.
I
Something like
guess.
that. But like, I
I
guess
mean,
like complete
I've
detachment
never
from
done
it. Like,
heroin, so I have no idea.
Yeah, we never been
I'm just thinking
smackheads,
of like,
man. I mean, we never been smackheads, Damien.
well,
What do you want?
I'm just trying to
Question?
think of when I was getting off heroin. I'm going back to TV and fictional stuff. Yes, question.
No, I said, what was the question? You guys are saying,
Oh,
Like,
I said
is
like with go getting off heroin, isn't it like supposedly the first 24 hours or 48 hours are the worst, like the worst part?
well, so they say. I'm an anomaly. I never had problems with it. Everybody literally turned to bad junkies and died. And they would like fucking sweat and get sick for days. I don't understand it, but it was fine for me. I did just do it a whole bunch of it for fucking weeks on end and then just stop and then I was fine.
Tony Montana over here, folks?
I'm sorry. Yesterday I smelled the air. Like I don't know, out of nowhere I just smelled heroin like randomly and it fucking made me feel like I was high on heroin for 10 seconds or 2 seconds because the smell was I don't know how I possibly smelled it. But it was weird. It's something like you haven't smelled in like fucking 15 plus years or whatever. Suddenly it's in your nose out of nowhere. Is it like a residual, memory scent or something? What the hell was that? But it was very interesting.
Wow. Who's smoking the
Maybe
smack?
Might have been a poppy seed muffin. I don't know.
No.
No way. Really? No way. You're not gonna tell
Someone could
me
have opened a jar of wheat germ.
really, and it
That's
smells
the
like
smell.
heroin?
That's what it smells like, yeah.
Wow. That is creepy, folks. Some things you cannot unlearn once you learn them. Wheat germ smells like heroin. Holy fuck.
Yes,
There you
sir.
go.
Yikes.
Or vice versa.
Or heroin smells like wheat germ? Or no.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's the Reese's peanut butter cup conversation, isn't it?
Maybe. What's that conversation?
You got your heroin in my wheat germ. You got your wheat germ in my hair. Well,
What,
Okay.
did somebody say Reese's Pieces taste like heroin?
no.
Reese's Cups?
Like,
That's
I
it.
mean, or maybe it's a chicken conversation.
Chicken and egg?
Chicken. Like, everything smells like heroin because heroin is everything.
Oh, I don't know if that's how the chicken thing goes, but yes.
So you're saying we should do heroin because heroin is life.
I can't say that.
Heroin isn't real.
I can say that if they weren't poisoning everything with fentanyl, and if people could control themselves, and look, maybe the difference. Look, you only need a tiny little bit of heroin to get high, to get really, really fucking high. But for some reason, these people want to go beyond feeling great. Like heroin is
They want to
something
keep
that
keep feeling great.
yeah, well, but that's the thing. It's like you can go. It can make you feel perfect, prime you, and almost godlike in a way. Not to over whatever, but whereas you don't have a care, you're here on this earth, you're ready and good to live and happy, etc. And then you can go from beyond that state into just you're nothing now. You're nothing. And I don't understand why they want to go into the stupor when before the stupor, with just a tiny amount, you can achieve like this apex of high. You know what I mean?
But isn't it fleeting? Doesn't
No.
the tolerance build up kind of move quickly?
Fuck no. You're talking hours and hours and hours. All you got to do is what we would call a cunt hair. And again, I've told the story a million times. Like fucking 8 of us would go to Patterson, New Jersey. 8 of us ghetto boys, and we would fucking pick up 2 $5 bags of heroin and maybe 2 nickel bags of crack cocaine if we were feeling spicy. And we would at our friend Larry's house, Larry Rosenthal. He was a Jewish Mr. Stone, but he was the only Jew in our crew. So don't. Yeah, I know you hate those folk. Don't think we were, some big Jewish clan. He has these conspiracies, you guys, that he used to think I was Jewish. So I'm just saying. Anyhow, go to the bathroom, and these fucking 8 guys would share this tiniest amount of drugs, and that was it. It was like a morning thing we would do for a while, and then fucking be wasted in a way. But you weren't wasted. You're still like conscious and like conquering the day. I mean, it was this group of 8 of us. Some people would actually go to work after doing that in this group. You know what I mean? Other people would go do other things.
Robin Steele.
Exactly.
Heroin.
Well, I know there's one guy fucking I forget his name. He was a Latin king. He would go and fucking pick up his kid. Like he would show up in the group. Everybody, this was just like a group of weird people, and then we would all leave, and then we would meet up again a few times a day and do something else, like smoke fucking angel dust or something crazy. But yeah, the point is, as long as you don't become addicted to things and like do things in crazy excess, everything's okay.
This stuff is scientifically designed to make you addictive.
Sure, but if you can just not, it's great. Like crack cocaine. If you can take one hit of crack cocaine, you can fucking have the energy to go fucking build a house. You feel great. You feel happy. You have this great high that lasts 10 minutes. And then after that, you're good and geared to go. But that's not what it does. Like you said, it's designed to make you fucking addicted. And suddenly you're going for the second hit and it doesn't work. The third hit, it never works after that's the craziest thing about crack. It doesn't work past the first hit, yet all everyone does is go after that.
And then next thing you know, you're out there like the Incredible Hulk, trying to rip people's heads off.
So that's methamphetamine.
That's meth. That's meth mainly.
I'd say, yeah. So whenever I saw that,
makes people pretty fucking wild.
Oh yeah, angel dust too. That's the one I saw. A naked man spinning in a circle on the concrete, like he was running on his side. He was laying on his side and running in a circle. Can you picture that on the fucking concrete, like a clock? He was like the hands of a clock.
Was he going whoop 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 whoop?
Yes, he was.
And I bet his blood
I
was
am
going,
not
bloop,
joking.
bloop, 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 bloop.
And the reason why that's not weird is because that's exactly what one would do when doing that.
Really?
Yes.
I bet it was more. I bet it was more.
I don't know what noise he was actually making. You're probably right. I was about to say it may have been more than a whoop whoop whoop, but it's same thing.
Or just screaming as the concrete scraped his skin off.
Yeah, I don't think Curly was getting that feeling.
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
Jesus.
Or Dr. Zoidberg.
What brought us down this terrible rabbit hole? Oh yeah, Damian was asking about if you should do heroin or not.
Yeah, so thumbs up, thumbs down, like kind of a
thumbs down because nobody. This is because just so we don't fall into the territory of promoting drugs.
Yeah, no, definitely thumbs down.
Definitely every single person, despite the fact that I have nothing but good stories about drugs. I have survived every drug. Every drug I've taken was wonderful and a great experience. But every single person who took drugs with me is dead. So they all died.
And then you understand that
100% death rate, 99, because I'm not dead. Everyone else though, dead.
And you didn't kill them, right?
I did not.
But understand that Jim is a bit of a maniac. So,
I am a different breed. Okay, I am also. I mean, look, I'm from the stars.
See, plus we
Part
don't.
reptilian, part gray.
Plus, I think I pride myself that we don't deal with junkies like that. Just former.
Yeah, former. No, I wasn't even a junkie at the time because our mantra was, "I'm not a junkie. I only sniff it," and that was a fucking fact. And you know why those motherfuckers died? Because they broke the rule. I'd have to remind them all the time. They want to go fucking like, "Hey man, why don't we do a needle?" Because then you're a junkie, you fucking f word. You know, you have to tell them that mantra. You tell yourself, "I'm not a junkie. I only sniff it. I'm dope." Fucking, I'm just doing this for. But no, these people are not dope. They're dope heads, morons.
It's like, yeah, once you pick up the needle, you basic picture in the dictionary.
That's
That's
it.
you.
It's over.
Next to junkie.
You know what's funny? The only person I know who survived needles is a guy. I don't know why I'm so compelled to say his name every time. It's one of those people like from your childhood. So like you know them by their full name. So like you're a little kid. So let's pretend this guy's name was Glenn Maddie. It's definitely not. So let's pretend that was his name. It's like you when you're a little kid, you're like, oh hi Glenn Maddie, you know what I'm saying? And then they're like, oh hi Jim Grindle. And that's kind of how you know people when you're a kid by their full names. And then like they're that person that you'll see periodically throughout the rest of your fucking schooling life. So you'll always just for some reason know them and refer to them to other people by their full name. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, which it just disappears after you sort of become an adult.
Yeah, because then everybody is, well, you know what it is, because then you don't know so many people. Because as I was saying that, I figured it all out. Because you know so many people, then you know 8 different Glens, you know what I'm saying? And then you're always going from one group to another, a different pocket of friends. So you're like, oh, do you know Glenn Maddie? You know?
Yeah,
So
you're cognitively trying to just make sure you know the distinction.
exactly. So yeah, so with this one kid, I knew he was the first junkie I ever knew. He was the worst junkie I ever knew. He's from the Limelight crew. That's if you ever see the movie Party Monster with McLachlan, that's our old friend crew. Like the first person I bought acid from is Angel from that movie who killed the other guy. Well, he helped Michael Alec kill the guy with the hammer. Uh, Glenn Maddie, not his real name. It is. It was the fucking first junkie I ever knew, worst junkie I ever knew. Fucking got AIDS and said it was cancer. Got AIDS from that Limelight fucking crew. Became this skinny, like we're talking walk around needles hanging out of his arm type junkie. Fucking just blood shooting out of fucking leftover holes and shit. The worst. Skinny, skeletal, and this was like 1998. Motherfucker's still alive and like healthy as shit. He's the only fucking person I ever fucking know besides myself who has touched that drug and lived.
Wow.
And again, he was the worst, like a walking corpse for like 15 years. He was the town junkie corpse.
Hey, it is nice to hear those success stories, though, because you don't really see them a lot when it gets to that point.
I mean, I don't know how much of a success welfare and AIDS meds and getting your health back a little bit is, but he's not dead, so yes. Probably on methadone, you know what I'm saying? Like probably lives.
Okay, so
it's a half-life.
I guess. Yeah,
he's alive. He's alive. And you know what? If he's alive, I mean, last I knew, the guy was alive. Could be dead from other reasons, but he did survive all of that hell, and he recovered and he came back. And like I said, he was actually pretty muscular when I last saw him, and fucking was like running a t-shirt company. Insane considering where I saw him prior to that. 4 pounds and like fucking
I thought
eating rats.
Sure, like in a week, I would hear you were dead.
For fact, I mean, the town thought that for 15 fucking years that they're just gonna find this junkie's body on a fucking bench somewhere because that, you know. I didn't live in a small town, so when you're known as the town junkie in a fucking small city, Garfield, New Jersey is a city, and when you're known as the fucking junkie, you're bad. Speaking of deadites, huh?
Yeah. the oof.
Jesus Christ, guys, we only got through the 30-minute short film of the franchise so far.
Yes,
And
we
a bit
did.
of the remake and some random
Well,
mentions
a
of the
little bit of
first
the
movie.
remake, but I thought we were going to go further into it once we got to that point.
Yeah, I figured.
And we need to when we discuss the first movie, I thought we were gonna discuss the first movie and Evil Dead 2 at the same time, since they're kind of the same movie.
Well, really.
Before we move on, somebody says TEE TV? Hello, unshielded believer. No, I have no jokes. I'm just all I'm thinking. Or, no, I can't even. Only on the Thriller Network, sponsored by Billie Jean Health Products. And then V says, "Good morning. Needs to try more drugs. Loves needles and Requiem for Dream Vibes." Did we mention the double-sided dildo stuff that happened with Glenn? Or I didn't. I thought I left that out.
Yeah, you left that out.
I did. Okay.
I wish I had that Keith David screenshot in the
But you were saying, Charles.
studio.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right. So I guess we wait for Stone to come back.
I guess we do.
Yeah.
TEE.
Yeah. TEE.
So, any more about AIDS junkies?
Oh, so much about
I
it.
know.
Interesting
I feel like
segue.
Non-age junkies, age junkies. I've got tales of them all. But I have a more important tale of a junkie who's been addicted to editing this film project of ours for the last month plus now. 22nd of October to the
Stupid
30th.
and terrible. Who is it?
Jesus. Let me just tell you guys. This thing was supposed to be dumb and stupid and poorly put together, and I just I don't know if it's OCD or what it is, but I just couldn't help myself. Everything had to be perfect. Everything, I put way too much more effort in it than it deserved. Like the material itself didn't warrant this much effort. And the amount of effort has actually hurt the material. You know what I'm saying? Because by making it exceed expectations in points, it makes the rest of it now weak and compared. The whole thing was supposed to be fucking weak. It was designed to be weak. You know what I mean? It was supposed to be a gag. It's certainly the joke that's gone too far, but yeah. Finishing the final scene when I wake up, and I'll watch it. Maybe we'll all watch it if you guys want, if that's a thing, and we'll see what we're gonna do with it. But I don't like it so far because, like I said, it's taking itself too seriously.
Now, for those who don't know, what are you talking about?
I said our film project thing.
Okay, so still being.
I did say it. It said our and film project thing. I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to, because its name is too pretentious. That's the thing. It's supposed to be a gag of pretentious. Like, it's supposed to be a parody, a satire of a fucking art film. And it's just a little.
You find yourself in there like, oh fuck, I'm actually making a fucking art film.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
I'm the guy that was trying to make fun of.
Right, like it kind of transcended what it was to be, and now it's it's just too pretentious now. If it were better, like it would be great. But I don't want to make it better because that. Ugh.
Look, based on the pieces I've seen, it'll be good. You're too close to it, I think.
There's some very funny scenes
And
which
you've
are not
spent
funny
so much
anymore.
fucking time on it. Well, yeah. Having to rewatch and go over things fucking countless times, it's gonna get to you. And with lack of sleep and all these things.
I'm gonna
I got
say
faith, damn it.
I'm gonna say easily every line I have heard at least a dozen times. At least very, very some of those lines I've heard 30, 40, 50 times trying to get the right timing on editing and shit and like because again, it was just supposed to be slapped together, but no, I couldn't just slap it together. I had to make it work. And I don't know that it works anymore. It works too well that it no longer works.
I swear to God, if I hear from you in like 2 days, where you're like, I just deleted the whole thing. You know what? Like,
Oh, well, listen, that won't happen, but it may be deleted from the public's conscious. Like it may never see the light of day to anyone beyond us. That's for sure. But it'll still have served its purpose. This wasn't necessarily meant for everybody else. This was meant for the group.
Oh God.
Like an inspirational, motivational tool.
yes, Stone, we have reached the point where it's the breakdown of an artist.
No, all of our shows are private shows.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's why this is a TEE TV crossover movie because it's not meant for fucking general consumption. Just meant for those who are there in the audience, in the room. That's it. It's meant for those who are there in the moment.
So we'll see it, V will see it, and nobody else.
Yeah, we'll invite V to our special secret screening. Maybe we'll have a secret screening of our fucking. You know what? We have gained a little bit. Our 4 fans.
Hey,
Okay.
well, I will say this with much confidence. We have much more than 4 people that watch TEE TV.
Only 2 right now. TEE-HEE. Hey, listen, we are like the 3,743rd most popular comedy channel on all of YouTube in the entire world. So, I mean, it's it's a bit of a
So are we popular?
it's a bit of an accomplishment. Well, you said it yourself, Charles, in your negging of this, because I mean, I was just making a joke about, and also talking about the site's legitimacy that everybody uses, the Social Blade site. But you said, hey, there's like billions of fucking channels doing this shit, and it's well, you know what?
I didn't say
Actually,
billions of channels. I said billions of videos getting uploaded.
every day,
Yes.
right? So billions. Well, how many channels do you think there are? That point is, see now a joke is going too far. Now it's becoming a serious conversation when it was just a throwaway joke. It's just like the stupid fucking movie. The point is, I forgot the point. The point is, we're the 3,746th most popular comedy YouTube channel in all of the world, and that's not anything.
I mean, I'll take that over 15,000th or fucking.
That's all I'm
whatever.
saying. That's all. That's all. That's all. Right? It's something, right?
Yeah.
We're not
Much closer to being
15,000.
something than nothing.
Charles, we are not the 15,000th most popular comedy channel in the world on YouTube.
I never said we were.
Yeah, you were thinking it though.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. This whole time I thought that was complete bullshit.
What, the Social Blade rankings?
Yeah.
I think they're bullshit too. Because according to them, the last TEE got 500 fucking views. And that
Bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Like
Hey,
according to them, every stream we do makes $1 to $12. You're pulling in 500 a month off of this network, Damian. That's what it
Oh,
says.
I fucking wish.
Oh no! I'm sorry. It was 500 a year. My mistake.
Again, I wish.
I was gonna say even that small amount, I bet would be a wish because I can't imagine.
I mean, what are we? I mean, you truly get nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. we had a brief good run with some super chats, but
Yeah, wasn't there like
otherwise,
a $300 or $100? Wasn't there a large number of super chat at some point?
a couple from a friend of mine at one point. He did like $50 one time.
Well,
Oh, just
gotta
$50, really?
we really got to ramp it up because like I told Jim, I can't, and then I think I told you guys too, I can't monetize here.
Well, we don't e-beg, Stone. That's why we don't, make money because because
And we can't stick to a schedule
Yeah.
to save our lives.
this is the reason why. I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
But I mean,
Many reasons why.
I'm just telling you guys that that's how it's got. I'm willing to work, but that's how it's got to happen because I can't monetize here right now.
Now, one thing I keep hearing and I've always heard is consistency is key. Well,
Yeah, well,
at least a significant factor anyway.
if consistency is key, then this is the priciest TEE episode ever done so far because it's been like 3 weeks since the last one. So that means this one costs like $45. Fucking StreamYard.
Criminals.
We may move to Evmux because I hear it's pretty decent. I saw someone using it, and it's got like pretty cool transitions. I couldn't get. I'll find out the price right now, actually. But it actually looked like a good alternative to this.
I have it.
Thoughts?
I mean, I haven't tried anything yet. I'm working on trying something. You know.
Oh, look at this. It's old prices. It's old StreamYard prices. Only $20 a month. So, fucking, that's better than 45. Fucking bullshit.
Is 20 like the top tier, or
What?
is 20 the top tier, or
Well, no, but that's not where you're getting. It's for the same
I
tier
get
that your StreamYard getting.
it's the equivalent? Okay.
Yeah, it's the equivalent tier. And it's $25 a month when you do it monthly. It's $19.99 annually.
Considerably better. Like, I still don't understand how they doubled the price and have done. Oh no, wait, I take it back. They haven't done nothing. They gave us the ability to add intro and ending clips to the show. So
And circular icons.
yeah, which is totally worth doubling the fucking price.
Is that what this is?
What? No, you don't have no circles up right now.
What is this?
What is what? Oh, I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, good question. What the fuck? It's on your thing. It's not
It must
behind
be part of
you?
No.
What the fuck?
That's got to be part of the background.
Touch
right?
it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Oh, so it's covering up. So that is what the fuck is that? Interesting. What is that?
I don't. It can't be a part. It can't be a part of my artificial background here.
No, it's what the fuck?
I mean,
I thought you knew, Damian. I really thought you knew.
maybe it is.
No, wait. Okay, let's try it out then. Let's try it out. Let me try this.
Put a
Then.
different background.
Or maybe just take no background right now.
Well, no background. It went away.
Huh. Okay. It went away with that. So let's see if I did this.
No, it's
And okay, now it's not there.
Looks
Okay,
like
so
it was
maybe
just that background.
wow. So what the fuck was I supposed to be? Am I like selling something doing this one? Yeah,
Surf wax.
yeah. It looks like I'm selling something.
because what even is it? I can only see half because of the
Can,
name and everything.
can this be removed so you can see it or something?
Yes.
Delicious.
Yes. Hold on. Well, I forget how.
Okay.
This is going great.
And only getting better.
Where the fuck did they put the whole? It's gone. Like the options of where displaying the banners and shit, that's all gone. It's replaced with some sort of preview now. Ah, what if you click preview? Bing bong. There you go. It's a cup of coffee.
I'm selling the moments of your life.
Wait a minute. Is this a leftover from Lou when he was doing the Morning Tide using this account?
I don't.
No, because that'd be something I'd have to. I don't. Because wouldn't that be up in the corner, like the top right corner?
No, I mean if he put this background in.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
What a
Fucking like
bizarre.
what are those commercials? International. Like it was something. It wasn't like they tried to act like it wasn't exactly coffee. It was like celebrating the moments of your life. Some old ass commercial. Like I just feel like this is what this is. Like oh my god.
It's like it's a cup of coffee that someone's stuffed some gray hairs into, I guess. And then there's like an old Greek lighthouse or something. I don't know. I don't understand what I'm looking at.
You're looking at somebody having like a weird trip while having some like international coffee or some shit.
It's obviously a tsunami with a bunch of boats being engulfed, and then like the sun is crashing into the earth, and the person is just having coffee while they're watching.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah.
Also, and Jaws as well.
Join us. Do you have do you have a take on what this is?
I do not. No.
He said, "Go fuck yourself."
No. It looks like
You guys are still here?
it looks like a watermark on a postcard.
Okay, true enough. But what is the postmark depict? What is the watermark depicting here? I mean, what I feel like it's a fucking somebody's having some kind of trip while they're having like international coffee or some shit like that.
I see coffee, possibly a lighthouse off in the distance.
Oh, and there's a swashbuckler behind the cup of coffee. You can only see his sword.
I feel like somebody's having a Van Gogh trip.
There's
While
two
having
handles
coffee.
on that coffee. There's two handles, and they don't
See?
even match.
See, yeah, somebody's having like a Van Gogh like fucking like acid trip while having some coffee, some weird coffee.
It's certainly an AI generation.
It's gotta be.
No doubt. Only AI does that to handles. No human being, only a fucking asshole of a human would paint that picture.
We will mimic imperfection to simulate the human experience.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it.
It's weird. Oh my god. But it is weird.
Ah,
Oh,
hey,
oh,
oh, it's little.
oh. But okay.
And we're back.
Okay, and back to frame by frame challenge. Um, okay, better Arbor Day porn scene. Which one was better?
Our Arbor Day porn scene. Oh, tree rape.
You need more coffee.
Fruity, keep it fruity. Keep it fruity, darling. Keep it fruity.
The first one was pretty good.
It was definitely more involved.
Definitely pickled my leaves. If you know what I'm
It
saying.
was definitely more involved. It definitely made the anticipation like torturous almost of it, you know.
Just get to the fucking. Come on.
This guy.
Why is the scene so long?
So you must like the remake better because it got a little bit more to the point, eh?
Yeah, but it was less clear that that's what was going on, and that was a letdown.
You felt that way?
Sorry for the change, guys. I'm just trying to get my money's worth out of StreamYard right now. I hope you don't mind.
No problem.
We're like the wheels on the bus going round and round. Oh, shut up. Go on.
Please the change, the random changes may be challenging and kind of fun. Might keep me on my toes because you know what happens. I'm always in a haze.
Yeah.
Smoking weed. We gotta play that one time. It's still in my fucking head.
I think we did, didn't we?
But we gotta attach it.
Something?
We gotta attach it to an opening like you did, like you did for fucking, you know what I'm saying, death metal us.
I think I did, but I think I just used the chorus, just so the intro wasn't too long.
Yeah, but still,
I can't even remember what that was for.
I don't know. I mean, God, I guess we got to see.
Might have been the Shenanigans show. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah,
he's really
square now.
Okay, let me stop. But okay, so.
All right, to keep doing that. My finger didn't. My finger didn't keep. Do it now. Push hard. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was getting claustrophobic.
So, Jim, did you agree? Do you agree with?
Yes.
You didn't know that it was happening in the remake?
What's that?
Oh God! So you don't even know. Damian feels like
the Arbor Day celebration.
Did I not know? Well, listen, I haven't seen these movies in ages. Yes, in there was one that in Evil Dead the remake, it didn't feel like a rape, right?
No, that's what I was saying. Like I felt like it seemed like more of a just straight up possession kind of thing.
Yes,
by vines. Or
I agree.
Roots, yeah. Whereas the first one, like it could not be, could not be clearer what was going on there.
And Jim is bound and determined to get us age restricted, apparently.
I said, because I said rape again. Are we not allowed to say rape? Nobody gave me the memo. I didn't get the no rape memo.
That's 3.
I mean, I just.
Are we gonna get a rape advisory on the bottom, like donate to Rain?
Look. You know I'm an envelope pusher myself, but I hear that basically being willing to say that and even SA all saying it all the way out is
South Australia.
Maybe.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Is that still a penis colony? No. Okay.
Isn't a penis colony Fire Island?
Well, what does that say? Syphilitic abscesses?
No.
Thank God.
Let's just say it's similar. Let's just say it's similar to textual salt.
Textual, but that's with a T. Textual.
Yeah.
You can't assault someone with words.
That's correct.
Sticks and stones.
So I don't. What is? Well, I don't get it.
Don't worry about it.
How are you assaulting? What are you assaulting them with? How about that? Tell me, and then I
I
can
know
figure
what
out
you're
what the S
doing,
is.
Jim. You're trying to get us to say it.
Oh, I want to know. You don't say the word, the whatever this S word is. I'll figure it out. Just what is used for this assault?
You're an ass.
What?
You're an ass.
What did I do? I don't get it.
Yeah,
So confused.
please.
Bullshit. You get
Anyone
it.
who knows
No.
you and I, anyone who knows you or I or you and I knows you get it. Knows you get it. And you're
Jim,
on
you
YouTube.
get
You're
it.
on YouTube quite
So-
a bit. So you already know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Is it like
Shut up, you ass.
when?
Why are you trying to sabotage us right now? It's been so long since we've been back.
All right. Is the S snuggling?
You're an asshole. Why?
Does the
Why?
assault involve any kind of snuggling?
Oh, God damn it. That is terrible.
Snuggling is allowed. That's the essay. Snuggling allowed.
No,
It's
Oh.
it's a positive.
That's the point. That's the point, Damian. That's the point, Damian. None of it, including the snuggling, is actually allowed.
Oh, you mean rape?
Oh, now I get it.
Five.
I was so good. No, why did you just say that, essay?
Yeah, why'd you make us take 5 minutes to figure that out?
Baco.
Oh, this episode's going down.
Guys, joking about essay and the R word really isn't funny unless it's at a furry convention.
And that was TEE TV for this week. Thank you all for joining. And
See, that's why I know Jim is like family to me, because sometimes I don't like him.
because you both enjoy essay.
Because sometimes I don't like him.
Yeah, sometimes I don't
Sometimes I
like
want to push him down the stairs.
but you, Damian, I don't like you quite enough for you to be doing that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know if I like you enough. It's just,
Let's see how it is.
I'm saying Jim, I put up with
I'm
a
fat
lot
and
of
ugly and
years.
you hate me. This has been a great day, Stone.
I don't
Happy
hate
birthday, you son of a bitch.
I don't hate you. It's just I put up with Jim for a lot of years. He's done a lot for me, and I put up with Jim for a lot of years, and he's become like family. And it's just like fucking something I don't like him because he just fucking. I know he wants to torpedo shit. He's just like, stop it, you ass. It's like,
Torpedo, more like tuxedo. I'm dressing it up.
yeah, sure you are. Yeah, age restricting. Absolutely. Yeah, you're dressing it up for the adult crowd. Thank you so much.
Oh, I think we were age restricted the moment Weeden spoke and all the ladies' panties got dripping.
Oh, my God.
Good point.
See what I'm doing? I'm diverting the attention.
Okay.
Clearly.
Okay.
Putting it all on Weeden now.
Okay.
Sorry, us. I'm putting it on us now. Wait, that doesn't work.
Real quick. Okay. Another big frame that I wanted to, discuss. Okay. The getting the chant out there. I mean, I guess that one's not much of a. I guess you could say it's a better way to do it, or I guess as opposed to which was worse. But I mean, I guess in a way it's a more which was worse. I mean, who seemed like the biggest fuck up in that situation? Because getting the chant out there is what get it sparked up. So I mean, who did it worse? The innocent fuck up in the original, or like the push through arrogance of the remake.
Well, yeah, 'cause, I mean, the first one, like, they just let the tape play too long.
But it was in
Even though
English.
the one chick
It was
was.
it wasn't English though, but it was in English.
Oh, I remember the reboot being ridiculous with its chant. And I don't remember how, but I remember saying, "This is fucking stupid."
Because it wasn't in English, right?
In
I
the,
don't recall.
in
You
the
know that was
remake.
Bruce Campbell's voice, right? In that was Bruce Campbell reading from the book, or the voice of Professor Noby, I believe.
Oh, I
Wait,
didn't
was it
not
in
know
the
that.
in the? Hmm.
I might be thinking of Rise. I'm going to Google it right
It
now.
was. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say you might be thinking of Rise because he was the voice of the priest on the recordings.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
So, I mean, does anybody have?
Yeah, in the remake, they didn't have a recording to like listen to. It was the guy with the long hair and the beard and the glasses who did like sort of like a imprint sketch to like find the incantation, and then he read the incantation himself, which released the Deadite.
Hmm.
Yeah. But there was no like tape recording that they could listen to. There wasn't one.
Yeah. So, push through arrogance.
Yeah. Whereas the first one is that's purely like even though there was one chick who was just like stop playing and she was kind of freaking out. It's sort of just like settle down. We're listening to a tape, and then tree breaks through a window, and you're like, okay, maybe things are happening. I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. Hmm. Push through arrogance, folks. I mean, why? Why did that have to be the change? Why did that have to be the change in this remake?
Well, I mean, I take that over the raining blood bullshit in the end. That movie was ridiculous because they took everything about the original. It's like this ultra shocking and gory film, which it's not, but reputation thereof, and they're like, so we're just gonna fucking make sure there's more blood than anything in this, and they even said that leading up to making it, like the producers and the director. And they're like, oh, this is going to be the bloodiest, and it's not going to disappoint. Those fans come for blood, and they're going to get blood. And then they made it rain fucking blood. So you really think people are just there to see blood on the screen? That doesn't connect for me. I don't like it.
It wasn't
Like it
memorable. It
didn't
really wasn't memorable for me, honestly. To be completely honest with you, it really wasn't
like it
memorable.
did sort of tie into the story with the whole was it 5 sacrifices thing to unleash uh, the aberration. There was like a whole like number of sacrifices needed to unleash something.
Boy, it sure would have helped if any of us watched this movie.
What do you mean?
The
Like recently?
abomination, I want to say.
Like
Recently.
They're up to 4 at that point, and that's when the final battle occurred.
Look, for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like when I've seen a movie before and I watch it again, even recently, there's still gonna be certain things that I'm not going to pick up on because especially with a remake, I've often said this and I'll say it again. Remakes to me, I don't trust. Remakes for me, I don't give them a large bit of chance a lot of times because remakes for me is just people who feel like we have the technology. It's the sixth. You know what? Remakes for Hollywood production companies, they're the equivalent of the $6 million people. They think they can make it better, faster, smarter, scarier based with the technology they have and the money they have backing them. And that's always the bullshit of it. And that's what made the fucking Nightmare on Elm Street remake such bullshit. And then they think if we Rob Zombie him and make him a fucking pedo, then you know what I'm saying. Then you know what I'm saying we're really doing something.
And again, the fact that they barely did a single dream sequence in that movie. By the way, it's
Really?
Abomination is what they unleashed.
Really.
Was Abomination, okay.
Yeah, but really, Damian, yeah, they really rarely they tried to make it super fucking dramatic. Super
But the
dramatic
dream
and like
stuff is the whole thing. Like,
that's why when they
They
did
turn the room blue and they're like, "You're dreaming now."
yeah.
and they have this whole thing where it's just so it's just
Yeah,
it's
here's a
weird.
little
It's fucking weird.
little fucking light chimes in the background. A light blue takes over the room, and now you're in a dream. That's it.
The
No
only
fucking nothing. I hated that movie.
the only thing that was good about that movie is when he fucking comes through the fucking mirror and grabs her mother to make that shit more visceral than the fucking like door, like the fucking front door scene at the end of the original. Like that was the only thing good about that fucking movie for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there's something else bad I hate about Evil Dead 2013. Did you know that was not the Necronomicon in that movie?
What was
So
it?
what was it?
It was
What?
the Naturum de Monto.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
That's fucking stupid.
That translates to a book of the Dead.
Necronomicon?
Yeah,
Yeah, but did
because that
they
was
ever
even
call
in that was in the first movie. Yeah,
It was?
yeah.
Oh, I don't. Why have I never heard this before?
Um,
This is Mandela effect. You guys are just crazy people.
Yeah, they didn't start calling it the Necronomicon until like what? Like Army of Darkness, I think was the first time they called it that.
yeah, might have been possibly.
I
Yeah,
would say
I think they started calling it
Really?
Necronomicon Ex Mortis in possibly
Actually, it might have been the start of 2, possibly.
start of
See,
2. Okay.
that's
like,
why I was
with
that's
the
why I
sort
was
of,
gonna say that's
You
why I
know
was
what?
recap intro thing. It might have been in that, possibly.
I
Yeah.
now feel like I do remember them calling it by a different name early on. Like I can almost hear Ash's voice saying Naturum de Monto.
and that's why
Probably a made up memory though.
but that's why I
It just
would only
doesn't roll
say
with the time as well.
that's why I would only say the Necronomicon only became prevalent to me in Army of Darkness. That term only became prevalent to me in Army of Darkness. I
Yeah.
can't say that that's definitely the first it was said, but it became prevalent to me in that movie.
Mm. That's when I first became like aware of the prominence of the Book of the Dead, of the Necronomicon Ex Mortis.
Okay. All right. Basement Deadite. Which was better?
I'm gonna have to go with the version in the remake.
I'm going with Diversion in part 2.
Yeah,
And Evil Dead 2?
Yeah.
Wow. You're still telling me it wasn't a retelling.
it was like the first. I want to say 5 minutes in the movie, maybe 10, was sort of a reworking of the first movie. Then the rest of the movie is just straight up sequel.
Yeah, and Damian's correct there because when I was a young boy, I fancied in my mind. This is before like fan theories were a thing. Just thinking this on my own, I had my own fan theory that Ash was actually the possessions started all the way back in S-Mart, like whatever was going on, and he kept getting lured back to the cabin to essentially bring these people and then erased of his memory. That's why in part 2, it's the same setup for the first 5 minutes, but then it goes totally different. Like it's clearly a different set of characters. Even there's just different ways characters enter too. Like there's that couple, right? That whole fucking
Yeah, because initially it's just it erases all the friends and his sister and it just becomes Ash and his girlfriend go to a cabin in the woods. And then, yeah, you
Bunch
sort
of
of
other
get those
people show up.
characters introduced, and yeah, it sort of becomes very similar kind of dynamic. So I guess, yeah, I could see how you would sort of see it as maybe a remake, but yeah, no, I definitely don't consider it to be a remake.
So it's got to be my theory, though. That seriously, it's got that Ash
Yeah,
is just
I'd never
having
even
his
thought of
memory
that.
erased.
I mean, that's what these motherfuckers do is they toy with people. They torment them in all these different ways.
Okay.
Or Ash never left the cabin at all. That the moment, let's say, whatever happens, maybe, how about this? He died in Within the Woods, and everything else we've ever seen in the franchise has been his soul's fucking post life. You know what I'm saying? Like his body obviously possessed and became a demon. In Within the Woods. So then his soul went on all the other journeys that we saw, trapped in a sort of a hell, maybe escaping out of that hell. Who knows?
Like this
Hmm.
hellish purgatory thing.
That's
Something
the.
like that.
I mean, it's in this world of fantasy and supernatural. I mean, it's plausible. And I mean, okay, look, in cabin violence, which was better?
Wait, the what? Sorry, the
Oh, the violence in the cabin.
oh,
I'm going to just be easy and say 2 is my answer for everything. Go on.
I'm pretty much the same. Yeah, but
I'd have
um,
I'd have to agree. The violence in 2 was probably better than the remake, because the remake's violence was it was definitely gorier, but I would go as far as to say that it was probably too gory.
Did I make a mistake not seeing Evil Dead 2? Jeez.
It I would the way I would describe it is it would compared to the original 2 in the remake, it would be the Goldilocks zone. Um, the original was too little, the remake was too much, 2 was just right. That's how I would describe it.
I'd say one of my biggest issues with the remake is I feel like they would have been better served trying to make a sequel rather than a remake because it ultimately became Evil Dead, like an Evil Dead greatest hits movie kind of
Uh,
thing, you know?
yeah,
It's like, hey, like, here's a version of this scene from 2, or, when the chick cut her arm off, and
yeah,
I don't know, yeah, it felt a little bit that way, where I feel
yeah.
like if they, I would have even, like, even as a sequel, I would have still gone with the whole cabin in the woods thing, but
Yeah,
it
but I
just felt,
I'll I'll still say that the basement or the cellar deadite in the remake, the actress they picked to play that deadite in the remake, her performance as that deadite was phenomenal. I really
it
liked her
was
performance.
good, yeah.
She did a very good job. And that's why I prefer that deadite in the remake more than the cellar deadite in the original and 2. So
And I didn't love Mia as the main, sort of, ultimately the main hero of the movie in the remake.
I didn't like Mia as a character overall. I
Yeah,
didn't.
just in
But
general, and
when,
then it's like, okay, so all of a sudden she's the one we're supposed to root for, and it's
but when she got turned into the deadite, I liked her as a deadite, but I did not like
yeah.
her as a character on her own. I just didn't.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought her story was uninteresting. Just her being there to go through heroin detox I just wasn't really interested in that story.
And like pretty much barely being a part of the movie for like the first hour or so, really.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
like
much.
she's there, but she's pretty much just in the back room. Like she's not really around all that much. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you have to do something now. Everyone else is
No,
all fucked up and dead.
no, you have to check the box, so you have to go outside for some weird reason.
Yeah, you have to go drive your car into a tree
In
and then
hind in hindsight, I'd even go as far as to say that most of the characters in that movie weren't even all that interesting.
But see, like, because like I said, it was more of a centered thing, but it wasn't like dealing with individual personalities. It was like a centered thing, but dealing with like two main characters of the centered thing. So it was like it was mainly about her and then her brother, because you know what I'm saying. It was like, and then it's like again just creating this sort of this sort of weird bordering on inappropriate bond. Like, why does everything fall apart for you because he's not around, because because he's pursuing other things, and somehow that's on his, you know what I'm saying, that's on his back. I mean, they created too much of a thing and made it too heavy, too dark, and then try to think that maybe if we ramped up the violence on this, it would be darker than what we're already starting this with. And then it's like, and then smash on top of it the push through arrogance of, you know, say, of different moments here. That's the tonal shift in the situation that makes it less balanced. Like, and then it has to where you got to check the boxes now. Like it doesn't. It's like now because it's so dark and so weird. Like you're looking for that tree moment because it's like it's like now all a part of the dark weirdness that you're making this heaviness that you're making the whole thing, to where it was sort of unexpected, even though we know we're going into a bit of a horror movie. Like before, it was unexpected. You still could have made it a little bit more unexpected, you know, but instead everything else is like you almost had to check the box.
it's like I feel like visually and tonally they probably captured everything correctly. It was really the writing and the story where it fell down.
I mean, to me,
I feel like that if that was handled better, I think it would have been like truly great.
like I'll say this, like honestly, have you seen have you seen the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yeah,
Okay, let me say this. Think about it like this. If their whole ride throughout that hot area, they were really feeling fucking eerie about shit. They were seeing shit and shit was going on and shit was really going on with them that was really bringing a real fucked up energy. But yet they saw a way to bring in a hitchhiker, and everybody's all weird the fuck up and he's weird the fuck up and nobody's fucking like, and then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, I mean, like, would him cutting the guy in the wheelchair's hand be as fucking weird and as visceral as if everybody was sort of like thinking that everything is all good? They're weird, you know what I'm saying? They're kind of like just chilling, and all of a sudden he's up there and he's weird as fuck, and everybody's looking at him like, like what the fuck? Like, to me, I feel like everything being like one way and then shifting weirdly to a whole nother way is what makes horror better in situations when everything is fucking everything's already heavy and morose and everything like that. Even in the original Fog, it wasn't, everything wasn't happy and dopey in a certain way, but everything was like relaxed and chill. You had old girl at the radio station doing her thing and everything was just kind of chill by the water, and then the shit just started happening and making shit just seem real unsettled, you know what I'm saying, even with that tone. But it's like you got to have a little bit of a shift. But if things just seem like everything is just weird already,
like just from
then
the
then when the weird shit starts happening, it's like you're just looking for the weird shit to happen. You're not going with the story, and then the weird shit starts happening. It shifts on you. It's like everything is so heavy and morose already. You're just wondering, like, when's the weird shit start happening? When do they finally start going into the real weird shit? Because now they're here and they're all fucking like, she's all like zombied out halfway anyway as it is. She's susceptible. You know what I'm saying? It almost seems like, you almost feel like she's like ripe for it. Like, why the fuck would she even walk outside trying to figure? Because now she's got to play the whole game of, I want to get sober, but I really don't want to get sober, so I'm going to escape. Like, it's just nah, man. It's just nah. They tried to reverse this whole like push through arrogance and then tried to make it like innocent fuck up, but it was already in a weird space and energy, and it just didn't come off that way. It never did, in my opinion. Like, that's why if you do a remake, you got to. Again, Rob Zombie had it almost right. He had it almost right in his Halloween remake.
He was close.
He had it almost
So
right.
close.
I really thought Rob Zombie would have. What he really fucked up at was the fucking angle he wanted to come from. I give him credit for what he tried to bring to it, but I think it way too humanized Michael Myers. It just way too humanized him. It really did.
And it takes away so much of the mystery of it.
I really thought he would focus on the Sam Hain angle. I really thought he would. Like, why not? Like, it's fucking Rob Zombie. Why wouldn't you focus on the Sam?
Yeah, like you would think it's Rob Zombie. Like, how the fuck does he not go with that? Like, yeah, it's, it's been ignored for years, but
he did a fucking movie where the main guy was named Dr. Satan. So you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah,
it's like fuck you. Come on, man. Like, why wouldn't you go? I mean, am I wrong on that, Jim?
Not wrong at all.
Just, but yeah, I mean, it's just, again, he tried to go for an angle of, broken kid, but it put too many years on Michael Myers. See, and that was the thing that made the whole thing even sicker, is that kid was really fucking young. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think he was double-digit age when he killed his sister in the original Halloween. I don't even think he was double-digit age. I don't even think he was 10.
No, I would have, maybe 10 at the most, but yeah.
And like you just said before about starting with the weird shit, and then you don't get surprised by it. Same thing with this Michael Myers. The other kid was a normal kid, even if no frills, kind of soulless kid, but. Yeah. And then when he did it, it was even darker. This kid fucking wearing Kiss shirts or whatever the hell he's wearing, like. He looks like he's gonna shoot up a school. It was just
he's got the dead eyes.
His parents are fucking shitballs. You know what I'm saying? It's like Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that.
And the only one he really loved was the goddamn baby, because she couldn't do anything to him. That was the only saving. That was her only saving grace, because she couldn't actually do anything to him. That's the only thing he couldn't see. He couldn't see himself hurting.
It sucks. For years, when these movies first came out, I think it was like during our feud, maybe. No, like when I think you did a fucking conversation on it. Anyway. I've been wanting to get in on you with this conversation forever. I can't even fucking string sentences right now. I was just about, when you said my name, I was about to press send on a message saying, hey guys, I'm going to quietly slip out the back door so I don't interrupt the flow. I'm falling asleep. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to continue that trend and not get to have this fucking conversation. We're going to just have to do a whole Halloween. Oh, you guys already did. God damn it.
Yeah, we can do another one.
You see, it's just a thing. Like Steve-O has never seen a Johnny Knoxville film because it became a trend. We're never going to talk Halloween because it's just become a trend.
How are you never in on any Halloween discussion?
We have, but we wanted to do a full-on one, and we never did. We never went deep, like just a dedicated conversation. I have joined a few conversations with you. We've spoken in pieces on it, but
That's so weird because we sat here and we did a whole debate on whether the Halloween arc with the Sam Hain angle or whether the Halloween arc with the Rob Zombie angle or whether the Halloween arc with the with the Jamie Lee Curtis like washing away all things angle was the you know was really the one that prevailed because I was the one on
it
the side.
was the Sam Hain angle. I
Yeah,
personally go by the novelizations lore. That's my opinion because they further it with the Cult of Thorn later on. In my
yeah.
opinion, Cult of Thorn is probably the best thing to happen to that franchise. Um, so yeah, I like to, and also it's a great Michael Myers is Candyman before Candyman, bees and all. Like it's pretty much the same fucking story as I think Candyman stole the novelization's backstory for Michael Myers. It's
Really?
the same fucking thing, like except Michael Myers is his ancestors like some R-worded guy in the village, and like he falls in love with this woman or something, and she doesn't want him or whatever, and then he ends up she like does something bad to him or they shun him, and then he ends up murdering her and her husband on their wedding day or something like that. Big massacre, I forget,
Huh.
but then like some Celtic demon that then I forget. It was really crazy. Wish I remembered. I
But
fucking
but again, here's what I hear about Sam Hain. I mean, here's what I hear about it. Again, it's about like way back, like a certain village or whatever. There would be like a certain family that would be like chosen, and like a member of that family that would be chosen to sacrifice the entire bloodline of that chosen members entire family to appease the gods at that point. And that's like the connecting basis of Michael Myers and Halloween. Like his whole driving force with the Cult of Thorn is like his sacrifice for the village of Haddonfield is to sacrifice his entire bloodline because he's the chosen member to sacrifice the entire bloodline. And that's what motivates him. That's what, and he's been informed. And that's my whole theory. Like basically Thorn as a doctor has been informing Michael Myers that entire time. Like, like the reason why Michael Myers had to escape at that moment at that Halloween because fucking Jamie Lee Curtis's character, what I'm saying, his sister was going to be graduating and likely be leaving Haddonfield, and the ritual has to be completed in this village, in that particular village, for the gods to be appeased. So Michael Myers has to escape. And
this is your theory or
that's my theory.
oh okay.
This is my theory that this is why all this happened. Like, how does Michael Myers being locked up for all of this fucking time immediately know how to immediately gets out and knows how to drive a fucking car? Because he's being updated, informed, helped, so that at this moment that at the right time where he can complete the ritual for them, he can get out there and do it. How else does he fucking know how to drive?
Cult of Thorn, that's for sure, but
Like because they're informing and updating him this entire time. They depict the scene when
also just watching. He goes in a car to go transported somewhere, maybe I don't know where, but medical facility, maybe I don't know. But he sees key goes in, turn, press pedal. I don't know.
My theory is to me is bolstered in the fact that when they actually took a shot at arresting Michael Myers.
Listen, I stole a car at 11 years old, multiple cars. Let me rephrase. I started stealing cars younger than 11. Somewhere between 9 and 11, and selling them to chop shops in Newark, New Jersey, which is like a fucking 20-minute ride from where I would steal them. And I was a little boy and first just got in the cars and stole them. Like,
but you were, But most of the time, if you ever been driven around before that time, you were in the driver's seat and you were able to see the overall mechanics. More likely than not, you know what I'm saying? The way he was
Maybe
transported,
his
it
dad
never.
let him drive on his lap when he was a little boy before he murdered his sister
No,
and family.
with that amount of time that he was not driving, there's no, you know what I'm saying? And he just sitting there doing nothing. There's no way he learned.
Well, I
No
was
way.
probably Michael Myers' age when I started stealing cars. Like,
I'd say no way. I say that's a reach. I say that's a reach more than anything.
I think the biggest problem you have driving is reaching for the pedals if you're a child. I mean, it's pretty easy. Goddamn telephone.
Nah, I would say that's a reach. To think that kid was like, you know, and all that time with all of that medication and treatment and everything like that, he's still thinking in his mind nah. That's a serious reach. My my theory is bolstered by the fact of the scene depicted when they arrested him, and then somebody comes in there and basically takes down the entire department to free him. Like that to me is even more bolstered in the fact of like he was being helped and informed the whole entire time that he was, you know, that he was in that fucking facility and just setting up a right time to fucking like make that shit happen. You know, like I'm telling you, it was a better story. It made for a better fucking story. An essentially like lobotomized guy that's like driven by, you know what I'm saying, by this ritualistic, you know what I'm saying, compelling to slaughter his bloodline to appease the gods, to appease the dark gods. That is fucking crazy.
Speaking of the dark gods, I must reach and appease them now. I have to go to sleep. I can't even breathe air. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. We're gonna have to continue this Halloween part another time. You and I, Stone.
Okay, I'm
It's
willing,
long
man.
in the making. It's long in the making.
We got to, but I can't believe you were not here for any of that stuff, man, because it was really involved when we had this debate about the
I thought he
Halloween.
was there for one of the episodes.
Some of them, I kind of felt like he was.
Oh, hold on a second. You know, what I do remember is, fuck, it didn't work. I'll see you guys soon.
All right. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, man, because that was really involved. I mean, we went through everything. We went the full ride. And
I feel like if none of the Halloween episodes, I feel like he was there for that one. I could be wrong, but I definitely had deja vu a couple times during that.
but that was but
little bit there.
again, we're talking about we went the full ride. It was really involved because we were debating the different emanations of Halloween, whether we're talking Cult of Thorn or Sam Hain or the Sam Hain angle, whether we're talking about the Rob Zombie angle. I mean, and for me, that was already like last on the list for me because simply because of the sequel mainly, and because of fucking like corrupting fucking Loomis, like that for me right there, and like just the angle of making him just a typical like mom and dad abuse me psycho is just, it doesn't explain the supernatural shit. It doesn't explain the superhuman shit. You know what I'm saying? It does not explain that.
No, it's like, oh yeah, my dad smacked me as a kid. Now I cannot die. Eh? How does that work?
Yeah, that was just. But I mean, by default, see, and that's the thing. By default, the Halloween kills, ends, dies, and sucks ass is like number 2 by default. You know, but it's like, was it really that good? Was it really good? Because I think that John Woo shit, it really disappointed the fuck out of me. I'm gonna be real. That John Woo shit disappointed the fuck out of me. It really did. It really
That was the end of
did.
the second one, right?
Either Halloween ends or dies or fucking
Fairly sure it was the middle one.
collapses ridiculously. I don't know. I don't know which one. I don't know which one that one was called. But
Halloween was the first one. Halloween Kills was the second one, and then Halloween Ends is the last one.
okay.
Yeah, Fairly Sure Kills was the one with the John Woo shit at the end. Because
But
that sequence, and then all of a sudden he pops up and kills uh, broad from Arrested Development. Fucking
what, in the
Judy
window?
not coming to
Greer?
What you mean in the
Judy
window?
Greer. Yes, thank you. Yeah,
I just say, man, like I said, that just, I'm sorry. Some other things that when things really disappoint me about a movie, I mean, really disappoint me, it's hard to really give the movie its merits in certain points of it because it's hard. Like I get the way they tried to fucking like modernize him. I guess I'm trying, but that John Woo shit, that
I
shit
think
will
the most
never.
disappointing part was because the creative team behind it has done some amazing stuff. And that was not part of
Are
what I
you
would include
talking
in that
about the
amazing stuff.
scene where the mob tried to gang up on
Yeah,
on Michael Myers and like beat him to death, and it didn't do anything?
You know
And
what? And I'm telling you, yep, I didn't do anything. I tell you this much. You give, you give me, I will bring in a fucking old ass Tommy Jarvis with his damn machete. You know what I'm saying? Screaming, die. He get the job done. He get the fucking job done. I guarantee you, he get it done.
it took them to both of his arms, and I think also his leg, and they toss him into a fucking meat grinder to take that guy down. And the guy was in his 80s.
when you put it that way.
Are we still the who was in his 80s?
Michael Myers.
Oh my god. Okay. I just want to make sure. But I'm just saying, man, like you give me in
Like
that moment.
I didn't even think of that until just now. He would have been.
Yeah.
But in
I'm
that
surprised that it took like two people to hold him down, and they had to break both of his arms and one of his legs, strap him to the top of a cop car, and then throw him into a fucking industrial meat grinder
like I said,
just to take
See,
that fucker
now,
down.
when you
like I
put it
said,
all like that, I wish Danny McBride and David Gordon Green had gone the more like a comedy route with it. At least that would stand out as something different
that's why I say, look,
because
Tommy
they
Jarvis,
excel at comedy, but
give me a newly
not so
bald
much.
Tommy Jarvis and a machete, and we would have seen the true end of Michael Myers right then.
I mean, the only thing I have to say to that lunacy is like, come on. The dude is 80.
Like
Just
his bones are probably already broken just from getting out of bed.
just like tap him like with a little bit of force, and he'll fall over and break his hip.
Do you
Just take
understand?
away his daily meds.
Do you
Yeah,
He'll just
that.
do you understand that he's the Sam Hain meathead? That he is coming. That you know what I'm saying, that he's a different type of
Yeah,
octogenarian.
they tossed aside that storyline, so it doesn't even matter.
But
which I think was purely just because the second movie in that storyline I think wasn't successful. Because if I remember right, there was like 5 years between sequels at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, and, that entire like, what about the storyline where he went after his what was it? His niece? Was it his niece?
Yeah, that was what's her name? She was in the remake as well. Now, whatever the girl was, where she had like some connection to him,
Yeah,
which
yeah. I loved that
completely abandoned.
storyline. I thought that
Yeah,
storyline was freaking cool as hell. And it just nope. They just got rid of it. It's like out the fucking window. It's just like, ah man, that fucking sucks.
like, let's just wait. I want to say it was 5 years. Let's wait 5 years and then just kind of just
And then
go
they
back to
fucking
let's just make regular slasher movies. Like nothing really stand out.
and they ended it with an older version of that character where she gave birth to a baby that ends up getting, and I say with air quotes, adopted by a Paul Rudd, a young Paul Rudd.
Yes, a very young Paul Rudd.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to believe that Paul Rudd was ever that young.
yeah, I know, right? And still looks the same, that motherfucker.
Yep. Hey, everybody, that's Ant-Man.
That timeless son of a bitch.
Yep. He's like Keanu Reeves. He's a fucking vampire.
Yeah, he seems to both age and stay the same age at the same time. It's baffling.
Oh my god.
He's really older, but is he? Is he really? Black magic. Sam
I
Hain.
will say that movie had the best death scene out of any horror movie I have ever seen.
Which one?
The movie with the Halloween movie with
No, which sequence?
oh, it's the part where the abusive father is in like the basement. He's checking out the washer and dryer, finds the piece of clothing in the washer that's covered in blood. Michael Myers comes up behind him, stabs him in the gut. The knife goes directly through his abdomen, through his back, and gets pinned to the electrical circuit. He gets
Yeah,
electrocuted and then starts like foaming at the mouth, and then his head explodes.
yeah, that was fucking great.
Yeah. The problem is that it's not in the producer's cut. It's
No, it's not.
it's
Because I
in the
remember that was the one I watched when we did that.
yeah,
That actually,
it's in the theatrical cut. And I'm like,
yeah.
really? That's in the theatrical cut. Okay.
And they're almost two entirely different movies. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Like so much has changed.
Yeah. But man, it just I great movies, but
Such a mixed bag.
yeah, it really fell off at the end. It really did.
Like, yeah, you sort of wonder what would happen with just a nice heavy dose of consistency.
Well, I mean, that's too much to ask of Hollywood.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this movie made 20, yeah, with a movie like Halloween. Like, yeah, they made 100 grand less than we thought, so we're just gonna, ditch that and reboot it.
Uh,
Because it's
I
not
mean,
like these are massive budget movies, but they still have these $1 billion expectations or whatever it was in the 90s. Still way too high expectations for things. And it's only gotten worse. Like now it's like, yeah, if you don't make $1 billion, that movie failed.
yeah.
Which is why it's cool to see things like certain anomalies, but I don't know if I think you haven't seen any of the Terrifier movies, right?
No, I never saw any of them.
No, but it's cool to see stuff like smaller budget movies actually making an impact again.
I heard
Like
that
sort of,
Terrifier 3 didn't do too well, though.
no, it did amazing. It was made for, I forget the budget. It was was it 2.5 million or was that yeah, it was I think it was 2.5, 3.5 million and made something like 20 times its budget back.
Really?
Yeah, like even in Australia, it made like a few $1 million, which is big here. Like, we've got we don't really, we're a drop in the bucket, but even here it made big money.
I'm surprised you guys let it come over there.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, we're a strange country where we're relaxed about some things and then very very strict on others,
Yeah.
which is really just a government thing. Like you talk to the average person, that you know, it's it's not a reflection. The government is definitely not a reflection of the people. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll check out the Terrifier movies at some point.
Yeah, it's just like it's modern day grindhouse, I guess. Really, is probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Well, it's something to watch.
And part of this sort of resurgence of practical effects, which I've really been enjoying. Because goddamn, did I miss it for like just even now, it's amazing that you can get $250 million movies with shit CGI. It's fucking baffling.
It's because they don't want to. They want to. They want to get. They want to make the most profit by spending the least amount of money as possible.
Which they don't end up doing.
That's not how that works. They don't understand that you got to spend money to make money.
And like a good example. I enjoyed the new Jurassic World trilogy for the most part. It's very mixed with a lot of people, but I don't know. I think I'm just a sucker.
The first Jurassic
But
World was decent. Fallen Kingdom was okay. Dominion was hot garbage.
it had its moments, which was mostly sort of the pretty much once they the legacy characters got to the island. I thought that stretch was pretty good, but there was a
I
lot of
really
just
didn't like Dominion. I felt like I wasted my money when I saw that movie.
yeah, I didn't pay to see that, so I wasted nothing but my time. But
I went to see it
yeah,
in the theater, and I felt like I wasted my time and my money.
yeah. And the second one, apparently, like I only recently learned that cost like I think it was like $400 million or something. Like it was the budget was
Oh my
fucking
god.
nuts.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
But original point I was going to say is so many of the dinosaurs look worse than the ones from the 90s and whatnot, just purely because it's CGI. They
Mhm.
did such an amazing job making those things back in that time, and just somehow like even at this point,
It's
CGI just can't replicate it to the same degree.
it's because CGI is cheaper and practical effects are more expensive,
Yeah,
and they
just
don't want to. They don't
hmm,
want to spend money if they don't have to.
just look what they spend money like. How many big budget we've had? I feel like we've had a lot of big budget just failures recently. At Borderlands,
Oh,
uh,
Borderlands was a huge bomb.
and there was another much more recent one. Um, oh fuck, what was it? Not Gladiator. I think Gladiator's doing pretty well financially. It was God damn it! There was something that came out very recently that was made for a lot of money and made fuck all. Ah, no, it's not coming. But regardless, the point stands. Like, I think studios are going to maybe learn that perhaps you shouldn't spend such insane budgets on things all the time. Maybe smaller is the way to go with
Even
not
if
everything, obviously, but
even if they learn something from that, I think they're going to take the wrong lesson from it.
there's a very good chance that
Yeah.
they're seemingly just complete R words, a lot of these executives.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Rhubarbs.
That's the one. Complete rhubarbs. Bunch of Batman.
Yeah, Batman. Everybody in Hollywood is a bunch of Batman.
You code boys.
And they have no idea what that word actually means. But oh, believe me, they'll find out.
Yeah. The only person who knows is the one person that was watching at the time that we started saying that.
Yep.
So, so
All
where
right.
are we? So where are we with the frame by frame challenge? Because we managed to kill two birds with one stone with that one.
Yeah, we let's see. We covered well, I think we covered the original movie for mostly. We dabbled a little bit in Evil Dead 2, covered a little bit of the remake. Do we have anything else to discuss on either one of those?
I,
Stone?
I feel like we've covered them pretty well, or at least,
Okay.
sufficiently.
Okay.
Um, I truly, I truly think that the ending in the original Evil Dead
Uh-huh.
is better.
Yes, I would have to agree with that. I think the ending of Evil Dead 1, of the original Evil Dead, plays really well into whose theory was it that this could be like sort of like Ash's soul being,
Jim.
oh, it was
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
This could
In
be
like
like
a
him experiencing
purgatory
hell.
hell thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like the original Evil Dead's ending could be like him resetting his like hell cycle. Like he had gone through the first hell cycle, and then when he leaves the cabin and the camera like zooms in on him and he screams, that's the hell cycle, the first hell cycle ending, and it's now resetting. And so the start of Evil Dead 2 could be the next hell cycle.
Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. And
Yeah.
so how do we pivot here? Do we pivot to Army of Darkness?
Yeah,
Or-
I'd say we go into Army of Darkness.
Okay, great.
Which apparently was the original plan for the sequel for Evil Dead 2. When they sort of got funding and whatnot, Sam Raimi had this idea for setting it in a Renaissance thing with a time travel thing.
Uh-huh.
But who was it that funded it? Dino De Laurentiis.
Okay.
He funded the thing, and he was just like, yeah, no, just if I'm gonna fund this, you just stick, go with the first movie, do something like that.
But then they had to. But then they said for some reason they had to disassociate the movie from the Evil Dead. The Evil Dead franchise, which was why it wasn't 3. It was called. They said originally it was like Bruce Campbell versus the Evil Dead, or Bruce Campbell versus the Army of Darkness.
Or Ash, you mean?
Maybe the where I read it they wrote it wrong, because that's the way I read it.
Unless unless they were really planning to go meta with it, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, but but say
So
it
like,
was
because a lot of the comics and stuff do have the Ash versus Army of Darkness
okay.
uh,
I
like
mean,
title.
maybe they just, like I said, it's a possibility because sometimes a lot of these people don't do spell checks. They don't have any fact. They don't have any people to really read their shit and see are they doing typos? Are they saying shit wrong? Like they really don't have a lot of that when you read stuff like online. They really it's like when it comes to journalism online, it's really back to the Wild West. No one thinks about that anymore.
No, it's fucking, it's just a shit fest.
And grammar, they just want to get it out so quickly. They don't think about the mistakes they're making and how basic and how low grade it makes them look when people actually click and read their shit.
And there's a lot of stuff I read these days where I'm like, you got AI to do your homework for you, didn't you? It's just like, there's a lot of, it's just, yeah, a lot of shit. This shit out.
I think assisted writing sometimes makes people sound like a Nigerian or fucking like European scammer. Need you to help, please. Need you to help, please, baby. Need you to help.
Yeah.
Me likes you. We needs the money. Oh my
No, I
God.
see a lot of that. It's like,
Look,
the fuck is
real
going
quick.
on?
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm serious. As assisted writing, like this, like I was talking, like I was saying, the gym when we talked last time, we was
Like
going over.
sentences that just they're just structured just completely wrong. Like it's just like no human who knows English properly wrote this sentence. It couldn't be.
And that's the thing that that Jim and I were talking about when we were going over. We were doing some last minute recording for the special he was talking about. We were talking about like how between all of us for the most part, but you, me, and Jim especially, like we have a lot of different skills as far as like writing, editing, audio visuals, you know what I'm saying, things like that, that where we only need AI for only so much of like what we may be trying to do to help us clean certain things up or to help us do certain things better. Like with me and Jim is like more like illustrations and animations and things like that. We're not very good at we're not very good in our creative brains with that type of stuff. You know,
Yeah,
so it's like
I pretty much use it for like Photoshop stuff because I suck at. It's either going to look crappy and stupid, which can work, but if I actually want it to look good, yeah, I go
we're
to
great at
AI.
that.
I fucking suck.
We're great at that. Like he's better than me. I think he's probably better than me at the Photoshop. But you know what I'm saying? We're both pretty good at that, but he's way better than me than that. But pop culture break real quick. Are you guys aware at all about Drake and anything that he's been doing over the past few months to few couple weeks?
No.
No, like we've gone over his history of questionable shit a couple times on the show, but
Okay, have you been aware of the
recent
battle?
history, no.
Have you been at least aware of the battle between him and Kendrick Lamar at all?
I have a rudimentary
A little bit.
understanding of what's going on, but not much.
Yeah,
Okay.
very
Okay.
very minor details.
Have you heard Not Like Us at all?
No,
No.
I don't think so.
Have not heard Not Like Us. Wow, this is really telling. Even more interesting than I might have bargained for. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep going anyway. But there was a Kendrick Lamar in the midst of this rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. One of the last, and what people consider a devastating knockout blow to Drake was a song called "Not Like Us," where basically Kendrick Lamar basically speaks on Drake liking him young, and
Oh no.
people around him being predators, and that he's a colonizer. And
Wait,
things like that.
is this after or before the thing where Drake responded with, "Well, if I was a pedo, I would have been arrested"?
That was
Basically.
before.
Okay.
But now the most recent
Yeah,
thing,
what a defense! That's
yeah, the most
Right.
recent. But now he's doing a different defense. Now the most recent thing he's done now is Drake is now, because New York gives him a little bit of a you can dip your toe in and see how things might work out for you type of situation. But he's in the works of filing a lawsuit against UMG and Spotify for conspiring to elevate the song "Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar bigger than what it actually was in order to take him down.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be a big L for him.
He's also working. He's also in the works of a defamation suit as well, because UMG allowed
Like
the song.
them platforming it.
Yeah, that put out supposedly false allegations against them. But there's, like I said, we discussed it, and there's videos. There's a video in particular. Like, see when something like this, all it takes is belief, proof. Not even really proof, but belief of proof. Like, for example, like I don't know if I actually spoke on this when we discussed about his bullshit before, but there's a video where he has a girl on stage at one of his shows, and he has this whole routine that he does, I guess, where he's you know what I'm saying, he's all over her or whatnot. He's behind her, and he says some dumb shit. Your hair smells. The video is funny. Your hair smells good. What is this herbal essences? Like, oh my god, he's
Who's he, Drake Biden?
Huh?
Is he Drake Biden? Jesus.
So he's dancing with her the while he's doing certain things. I think he's kissing on her neck at one point. Then all of a sudden he stops. Like, there's videos that somebody as a compilation somebody put together where he always does that, where he always is all up on a girl doing stuff, and then right before he really starts to get into it, he'll stop and he'll ask her, how old is she? You know what I'm saying? Every single time he does, like it's a fucking, like he's a nightclub act or something, or like he's in Vegas. Like, he does it every single time. Like, they show so many different performances where he does that. And this particular girl in this instance says that she's 17. So he's like, oh, and the crowd's like, oh god, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I can't go to jail. He's saying all this bullshit. Like, he's like, but then he's like, look at you, you're thick. Look at all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all this is after the knowledge of her telling him that she's 17. Like, I don't know if I should feel guilty about this and whatnot, but I like the way your breast felt against my chest and everything like that. Then proceeds to kiss her on the cheeks, top cheeks, and then kiss her on the lips before having her escorted off stage.
You're just flaunting it in front of people at that point.
Like, all I'm saying is, like, when you see when that could be brought up as one particular context, like, bro, he was, like I said again, like we were talking about the bullshit. He's texting Millie Bobby Brown at 14 years old, and he's like 31, 32.
And was it her that was on it? No, it was someone else that was on his boat, right?
No, it was her.
Oh, it was her. Okay.
At night.
Right.
At night.
Yeah. Like around that time too, right? When she was about
14, yeah.
Yeah.
At night, no one else was in the picture, just her. It was his it was his post. I think it was his post, or was it her post? Like, I'm not even sure. It doesn't even matter. But
the way it's out there.
Yeah. And it was his yacht. I mean, it was like, for me, like I said before, the optics are not good on that. If I'm gonna do that as a guy that's more than twice her age, I'm gonna need for people to see her friend in there, another adult figure in there or something to like make it look the way it needs to look at the very least. Because goddamn, that's not right.
If I even post, like, she could be there with her whole family. If I'm a guy with that kind of stature or in the public eye, I don't think I'd post anything about it. I'd just be like, people are gonna, doesn't matter if her, like, could be there with her whole family. Like, people are still gonna be like, it seems kind of like maybe her parents is, shipping her out for celebrities, or there's just people will say things.
I mean, yes, they will say things. You're absolutely right. People will say things.
Just it's the internet. Like you got to understand. And things, the internet is forever. There's no making that go away.
But I think
But
I
but
think
I'm definitely not doing that. Even if everyone is off to the side, that's just the optics on that are just no good.
give me a quick. Let me just check with you. Are you hearing anything booming or swelling? You know what I'm saying from my environment here or anything? My mic
No,
picking up anything else? We're good.
no, all
Okay.
good.
I just wanted to make sure because my daughter's watching something and the swell and the bass on that is really like booming through, and I was like, damn, I wonder if my mic is picking that up, but I don't think I have my gain up that high.
Yeah, like I haven't got my headphones all the way up, but not hearing anything.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
But I just wanted to bring that up because it's just a lot of people are saying that Drake has put himself in a position with UMG that like he's probably going to he's probably going to get done probably worse. People predict he's probably going to get done worse than Kanye got done and 50 Cent got done. If you know anything about that, I don't know if you guys even know anything about that.
A little bit.
I
Yeah,
don't.
let's just say that even with executives from companies from labels that UMG owns that 50 Cent and Kanye West had issues with, great, you know what I'm saying, great deals of trouble have been caused to those guys as a result of even those companies that UMG owns. And now Drake is going at actual UMG themselves and Lucien Green, one of the top guys and whatnot. So like one of the top guys. And so it's like let's just say one of the the speaking in the language that I know we'll all understand. He's like one of the let's just say one of the normally unseen guys, if you know what I mean.
One of the ones like you don't go with this guy.
No, it's like just one of the guys that like, although he has a lot of power and influence, he's just one of the guys that you don't know has it. You know what I'm saying? You may see you may even once or twice hear his name bandied about, but you still never like see this guy, like see him a part of anything or in any kind of headlines on anything. You could possibly look him up once you hear the name, but then that's the thing. People rarely pick up on that name if they hear it. You know, it's that type of thing.
I just don't see even the defamation probably has a little more legs, but even still, I don't see him winning any of this.
He's not going after the guy who did it, and because
that's one thing. If he's going, and even then, I don't think it has too many. I don't think there's much there, but yeah. Sorry, you go.
No, you're good. But especially, like I said, all it takes is tape. If someone sees that, I feel like you run anybody in and you show them that footage, that stark footage of him on stage with this girl, and even after finding out that she's 17 years old, and what he says and what he does, it's just like, to me, if someone believed that, hey Drake, I hear you like I'm young, you know, like, okay, is he like, where's the lie? He hears you do. Like, if you check many of his profiles, I mean, like again,
good. Like he's already buried himself.
I mean, just that one for me would be enough. But there's a girl that ended up producing the beat. She's a pretty decent producer. She produced the beat that was one of his more one of his more notable songs. Her name is Lil Cece. But his history with her is that her friend and her used to be followed by Drake on social media when they were playing
High school basketball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you remember that story. So
Yeah.
yeah, that is once
I remember
again.
that. She was like, oh, yeah, he's a fan of the sport. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely what he's a fan of, for sure.
Like I'm sorry, when you if you say if somebody says I believe something is off about him, like is that defamation really? Like what the hell are you doing, Drake? Like any parent, anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like what do you think? What do you think? Join us. What do you think about a guy that's 30 something years old being a fan of girls' high school basketball? He said he even said that a high school was looking more like a strip club in one of his songs, by the way.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. He said Canyon. I mean, it was a certain school out in California that I believe that Kylie Jenner went to and some other girls, and he was like, yeah, like seeming more like a strip club.
I mean, that kind of doesn't. There may be some truth to that. I remember when I was at high school, girls were wearing their skirts very short. So it's probably only gotten worse since then. But still,
but you were in high school and witness of that. Not a 30 something
yeah,
year old man
exactly.
talking about it like yeah, you know, I got a lot of money.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not gonna write a song about it now.
No, but see, that's the thing about it. Yeah, he didn't know about it before he got famous and got all that money. He didn't know about that prep school. You know what I'm saying? He didn't know about it. Like you get the money, you move up to Calabasas, and now you realize that these girls out here are, you know, because they think they can get an opportunity at being a star and everything like that, and you know, it all plays weird. So somebody's belief is not gonna, you know, and look at the shock that it gave join us over here when I say we talking about a high school looking more like a strip club. It brings shock and awe. Like what the fuck are you saying?
This. All I got to say is what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
See, that defamation suit over. He's got no legs. It's got no legs. See, because when that stuff gets brought up, you know, when that stuff gets brought up, I mean, what do you say? What do you say?
And then ultimately, you could just dismiss the song as satire. It's not a written statement. It's not like a, you know.
You could, but even Donald Trump asked the question: if I believe something to be true and was wrong, is that defamation? Even Trump brought that up.
No, like I think to me, defamation is like literally like making like if Jonas was to make a public statement, like Damian J. Rogers does insert horrible thing. That's defamation.
Okay.
It's something. It's a direct statement. It's not like.
So say Drake, I hear you like I'm young, isn't quite that statement.
No. Because well, for one, it doesn't specify. Young could mean 20s.
Yeah.
Correct.
Like if he straight up said, you know, I hear you like him, you know.
Okay. All right.
I want to specify an age that is, you know, awful.
Okay. How about this one? How about this? To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you had your little sister from him.
And again, it's not specific. Like it's implying something.
So you
like.
So for you need Kendrick Lamar to say Drake likes fucking 16-year-old girls. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You need to hear that.
Basically, yeah. And then again, not in a song.
Oh, you need to hear it like in a sit down or
yeah.
Like,
to me, anything like if it's in some kind of artistic thing, I don't consider that to be defamation, or it's at least defensible.
if a painter like depicts Drake with like devil horns, like going after Catholic schoolgirls, you know what I'm saying? Like he can't feel a way about that really because that's artistic expression.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I
can
think
feel
our
away,
I
but he
think
can also fuck
our
off. It's parody.
yeah,
Again, it's defensible.
if it's artistic expression, I think it's protected.
Hmm.
I almost said autistic expression.
No, you know what?
I mean, it might
You
be.
know,
It might be. We
at
don't
least
know this painter.
no. You know what? At least you have a sense of humor about it. Join us, and that's great. And for that we are thankful. For that we are truly thankful.
I almost said it though. I was like, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, it would be funny.
But like I said, as long as you have a sense of humor about it, for that we are truly thankful. Trust me on that.
That reminds me of that South Park episode where Cartman shoved a bunch of fucking cheeseburgers up his ass and said, "I have Asperger heads."
But that one.
Oh
And
my
then
god.
I think it was like his mother like apparently got like she got vaccinated, and it says like, yeah, my mother gets vaccinated, she's gonna become artistic. And then she got the
Yeah.
vaccination, and then he went into like the examination room, and she starts like painting something.
Oh fuck! You know what one I watched recently? Remember that you posted that clip from an episode with the TSA?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Toilet
I
Safety Association.
I watched that episode recently. It's so good.
And
Yeah.
remember, like us
Ah,
smart ass,
let me check inside your asshole.
and like us smart asses out there always say, it's not gay if it's TSA.
That's right.
Well, you never heard that. Join us.
No, I never did, but that is amazing. Oh
Like
my god, that is
anybody,
perfect. I'm stealing that.
no, please, it's meant to be stolen. It's meant to be spread around. But anybody who's ever been to an airport, you know what I mean.
Get
All
home
right,
from
drop your pants. It's time
from
for
a
a cavity
flight.
search.
Get home from a flight. You go to the bar with a drink with your buddies, and he's like, some guy had his hand up my ass today. He's like, getting some weird looks. Like, yeah, TSA. Oh yeah. Shots.
No. Cause see, that's that's usual, even police procedure. But see, it's when it's when they really get involved. It's when they really get involved in the other areas. And ladies, you know what I'm
It's
saying.
when they cut the
Ladies
balls
are
and
not,
then put the fingers in the ass.
and ladies are not immune. Ladies are not immune either. So yeah, and ladies on, and we're talking lady on lady searches, and you know what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's trust me, it's not gay if it's TSA. I think, you know what I'm saying. You know. So we'll just keep saying that because that's what you got to believe when this is going on. You know.
It'd be even funnier if you say that as they're doing it.
No, it's funny. It's funny, haha, but it's funny when they're saying it. Hey! I'm not gay. I'm TSA. Hey! I'm not
Yeah,
gay.
when you say it, you also have to make direct eye contact. Just say like, "Hey, it's not gay if it's TSA."
You're gay for thinking I'm gay.
Oh my god. Oh, I needed that laugh.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I could give it to you, man.
Oh man.
Well, yeah. Oh my God, I cannot believe you didn't. I can't believe you never knew about that phrase. But I'm sorry,
No, I
folks.
never
Yes.
did.
Sometimes things kind of boil back under the surface, but it's always there because people go to the airport and then they realize it. They realize that phrase is out there. You know what I'm saying? Because either you're going to question it or you're going to realize that, okay, this person may not be gay. It's just, TSA.
Yep.
Why do I feel like the dark web is full of just some spicy footage from security cameras at the back rooms of the airports?
I don't think you have to go too deep. I don't
Yeah,
think you have
probably
to go
it's
too
probably not
deep
even
for it.
Probably dark web is just fucking X hamster or something.
I don't think you have to go too deep for it. I really don't. I really don't.
Like,
I mean,
they
maybe,
did, so you don't have to.
maybe if you want to get more explicit, but I mean, I don't think you have to go too deep to find some of that TSA, search footage. I don't think so. Just my
TNA
opinion.
at the PSA. Nice.
It's just my opinion, but at any rate, like I said, I just want to take a moment because that's one of the bigger things right now. This is for those who may or may not know about hip hop or rap music. By the way, I do say I am coming out. I think you guys should know there's going to be 3, count them, 3 shows that I'm going to try to commit myself to bringing you and bringing you more money, sir, as I can't. I'm going to work for you, sir, because I can't monetize on my channel. So I'm gonna build brand on my channel and monetize for you, sir, because that's
conspiracy / theory.
Yep, and talking over the music and talking conspiracy and music.
A combo.
Yep, but it's a special one because conspiracy and music has to it has to have its own thing because there's so much to talk about in conspiracy and theory, and there's so much to talk about in music itself. Even outside of the theory, even outside the conspiracies, there's so much to talk about in music to where, because whether people think about it conspiracies or whatever, there are known knowns. There are known things that just are like, but just people just don't bother because they don't want to see pop as what pop is. But Max Martin, folks, Max Martin, what I'm saying? Like 27 number 1 hits that he wrote, that he happened to write or co-wrote, what I'm saying, himself. One guy, 27. He's not a singer. What I'm saying? His career was defunct a long time ago. But it was written for so many of the people that are on top. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just known knowns. You know what I'm saying? It's just certain things that are not conspiracies to me. But then there are certain things that are conspiracies. Like it's what I told Jim about real quick. Here's a fun one. Because at least Damian, you aficionado hip hop to some degree, right?
Yeah, to some degree.
Like here's a fun one going all the way back before all of our times, right? Sugar Hill Gang. Heard of them, right? And to some degree.
Yeah.
Fucking, what I'm saying? Rapper's Delight. I do believe, see, there's rap music and there's hip hop. I think they've always been here. I think there's always been emanations of them both in different ways that people could see, but they just couldn't put it together. And it's like,
you mean like as far as like
mainstream rap, what mainstream rap is, and what is built.
I was going back to like
I'm
thousands of years, like when man first figured out how to make musical sounds.
I'm totally going to bring it together for you on this one. Like Rapper's Delight, okay? Like no, you know what? I'm going to go because that was the more fun one. Like hip hop, my opinion. Here's where hip hop kind of connects in and funnels its way in. Hip hop for me kind of started with, it was inspired and sparked by beat poets of old, and things like that. Like you guys just look up beat poets and you'll be able to see different guys. But if you need something to really refresh your memory, like go to, So I Married an Axe Murderer. Mike Myers plays a guy who's a beat poet, and that gives you the thing of what beat poets were. They had somebody come in and would play live instruments. They would walk in front of it, and they would basically give their poetry. Either they would speak their poetry as the music is going, or they would try to work their poetry to kind of ride with the music and things like that. That's where hip hop, beat poets, the lost poets from Chicago and things like that got its initial spark from. Like guys like Gil Scott Heron, the revolution will not be televised. That, in my opinion, is the first, is like one of the first, is like one of the purest forms of like hip hop, in my opinion. Giving credit to Blondie, like Blondie was the first time, because they were a punk band dabbling in disco, and because they were a punk band and they liked music and they liked shit, anything that they felt like was creative and interesting, they saw hip hop and saw what was going on. And fucking there's Deborah Harry, blonde hair, blue eyed girl, doing the first rap ever heard on MTV.
Wow.
A white girl, shouts out Fab Five Freddy for the first time ever on MTV, but way before he ever hosted Yo MTV Raps. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was like a different time. But see, they were more, like it or not, they were more about the hip hop side. Blondie was, but there were other entities that were a little bit more on the rap music side. I'll give you an example. Rapper's Delight, right off the top, the beat was Chic, Good Times. A notable song from Chic, this like disco band, Good Times. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever heard that shit? But look it up. I believe that song was either that song or one of Chic's songs that it was kind of sampled off of. Like that's one of the first hints to me, rap music. Like they didn't sample it. See, when hip hop came along, it was more about, to me, I felt like it was more about like a lot of what was, it was things kind of parallel, but they weren't the same. Like some people would say it was disco. It was a disco vibe that made hip hop for some people. But for others, the 70s were more about James Brown, was more about I'm black and I'm proud, and that black power and that black pride, sentiment that was coming out of the 70s for some people. It wasn't disco for some people. So when certain people were bringing records together, huh?
It was the soul side of things.
The soul side of things, the strong, the survivor side of things, the more I'm not going to feel ashamed about being black. I'm going to feel good about being black. I'm not going to escape, to who I am and be somebody else. I'm going to stand in who I am. And that's what James Brown was about. And so when they were doing those, when they would take his records, and a lot of it was, okay, we're going to they would take a soul beat, maybe a slower beat, and they would speed it up and make it a more hip hop beat. And then all of a sudden they would kind of they would kind of cut in James Brown's Get Down, you know what I'm saying? And whatever little ad libs he was doing in his songs. And that was the basis of what a lot of hip hop was, at the core, for real. And so, but the disco shit was more like, okay, it's more of a disco vibe because they were taking from disco songs. They were taking from black disco songs and trying to do it and trying to rap over it. Here's the other part that was interesting about rap music when it came to like the Sugar Hill Gang, and even another surprise one, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five with Melly Mel and The Message. Don't push me because I'm close to the edge.
Yeah,
The Message, like interesting thing there, tie-in. But this is a throwaway. There's still more to the story that I'm gonna bring when I do talking conspiracy and music. But basically, the Sugar Hill Gang was under a record label called Sugar Hill Records. Interesting, right? Because they own the name. That's more of a pop rap music type of situation, and to a T, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much a perfect encapsulation of it.
One of the guys who rapped who rapped on Rapper's Delight, had taken lyrics directly from a guy, taken the lyrics directly from an MC by the name of Grandmaster Cass. He was so thirsty to use his lyrics that he didn't even realize that Grandmaster Cass had put his name in the lyrics because those are his lyrics. And he didn't change them when he did the song.
He's just straight up name dropping this guy
Yep.
without even knowing what he's doing.
But people didn't realize because, you know what I'm saying, they're thinking it's his song, it's his lyrics, and they're just doing that. And like, it's crazy. You know, when they had problems and had inner issues and disbanded, it's like a couple of guys tried to tour on as Sugar Hill Gang and couldn't because the record label owned the name, because essentially they were Sugar Hill Records, and the guys who were down with them and who were related to them were able to tour as a Sugar Hill Gang for a while. And it was a whole big issue with that, and other members came in. It was weird. And then we come to Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. And that's why the whole thing is about Grandmaster Flash. They made it more about him because he's a DJ and he made beats, and he did more of a production thing to where the beats that were made, it was more of a standpoint than the actual performers, the rappers, as it were. But the rappers, mainly Melly Mel, took the hype, bought it, and really felt like he was one of the greatest MCs of all time. But here is the funny story about the message. It was written by a woman. Every single line was written by a woman. And I'm not being chauvinist and acting like a woman can't write a rap and everything like that. And those words, though powerful and introspective about what was going on in inner city life, was good. But the interesting part about this woman is that it's the same woman who ran Sugar Hill Records.
All a circle. It's all a circle.
It just shows you a point in time in music in the 70s and then probably the early to the mid 70s where it really wasn't hip hop. It was rap music. It was the beginning stages of what rap music was. But because it was rooted in disco, rap music in that form didn't sustain. But what did sustain was what was happening in New York with Kool Herc and with hip hop, and what was being done with the samples and the cuts. It wasn't taking a whole song and making it and trying to rap over it. It was taking a beat, it was reworking it in a way that made it your own, and then having somebody rap over it with some, with some actual skills, and was actually writing their own rhymes and everything like that. And basically it kind of went from there, and kind of rap music went dormant for a little bit. Because that's why Rappers Delight is seen as such a big thing, because it was meant to be that big thing. It was rooted in a more mainstream thing at that time. Disco was really popular at that time, and so it was rooted in that. And so you have that. But then when disco started to die, then you started having a thing of, maybe rap music wasn't as viable as we thought, and maybe hip hop isn't as viable as we thought. And then, on and on, then you have Def Jam and so on and so forth. And then the rest is history. But then the record label started to recognize once again that maybe we have a viable thing here maybe we have a more viable thing than we thought with rap music. If we take the more, again, surface levels of what rap music is and what hip hop was, and make that rap music, the bravado, the gold chains, the over bragging, the over party lifestyle, the not paying attention to what's going on in the inner city, the not, the not reaching out of the struggle, trying to be an inspiration and things like that. Some of the time it's like pulling more away from that and pulling more into the, superficial, selfish, narcissistic, rising, climbing, aspect of what rap music would ultimately become and everything like that. And then that's the thing that kept pushing rap music into the mainstream rather than hip hop, which, which recently Jimmy made a great point that he felt like tough conversation to have because I happen to like them both, but to feel like one couldn't happen if the other made it big, you know what I'm saying? If like to say that in his opinion, for Arrested Development to make it big as a group, the Wu-Tang Clan couldn't have made it big as a group. What do you think about that?
I don't know. My first instinct is to say that there's room for both, but
One would believe. Some people try to believe.
it's more hopeful thinking, really.
But when the record labels and radio and whatnot controls what gets played and what people are gonna all for the most part, flock to.
Yeah, what's
You know,
what's the easiest thing to? Well, what's the most? Yeah, I guess what's the easiest thing to mass market? Or
so is
I don't
that
even
so is
know.
that what you so is that what you feel on the other hand? Is that your perspective that Arrested Development was a little more difficult to market than the Wu-Tang Clan?
It's got to boil down to something like that, right? Because that's what they all seem to focus on.
I mean, I mean, at this point, is what
All
you
it's all marketing.
at this point is what you feel. We feel like everything is contrived when you get to the higher up, when you get to the rare air of executives in certain situations and decision makers. That a lot of things are a lot more contrived and a lot more driven to what they want rather than what organically is. So, I mean, I don't know if you feel like I'm just really more interested in what you feel. Do you feel like Arrested Development was more difficult to market to even a white? Because here's the thing that I'm also going to speak about on my show. Also, like pop to me is racial. When it comes to pop, when it comes to what's considered pop music, it's racial and gender based, and yeah, I mean, really, it's mainly racial and gender based pop music, and even
Yeah,
sexuality based, even sexuality
de-
based.
yeah, definitely.
I would say for guys, like I think why there haven't been a lot of why there hasn't been a whole lot of straight like white or even like especially more it's been more straight white pop stars than there have been way more than there have been like minority pop stars that are male because of the androgyny and the sexual sometimes fluidity when it comes to being a male pop star. To where Prince, who is
Yeah, I can see
straight, yeah, to where Prince, who is straight, and David Bowie, who is straight, you wouldn't, you would have a debate about it. People have had debates about it. People have had debates about it. Not people would have. People have had debates about it.
I feel like Bowie had his fingers in all sorts of pies, but
But ultimately married a fucking supermodel African American
yeah,
African woman. You know what I'm saying? I mean, married a supermodel, top level. And there was never, she never even in this death, never revealed or any sort of other alternative thing or whatever. So I mean, I don't know. Prince. I mean, do you feel like he was bisexual? No one ever alluded. They
no,
always debated, but never alluded. They never had any proof. It says some said this guy was. No one and no woman whoever was rumored of actually even having sex with Prince ever never said they didn't.
hmm.
From Sheila E to Sheena Easton to whoever, they never said they didn't have sex with him.
Yeah, there really is some some mystique out there. Well, there was. Now it's
A,
all.
a lot.
Now you pretty much have to be something specific. That seems to be the requirement. But it used to be there was a lot of
It
mystique going on.
it was more stringent, but the 70s and the 80s for some reason was a great time to be gay as a male for sure. Because I mean, everybody was dressing so weird and dressing so flamboyant. Like who like like Robert Smith of The Cure,
Yeah,
straight. Boy George, gay.
like
Who
super
would
gay.
yeah, whatever. Robert Smith wore lipstick. He wore
Yeah,
lipstick.
it was a goth thing.
Yeah,
You get over
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was, but I'm saying, but to the unknowing person, they're not seeing a difference between Robert Smith and Boy George.
No, it's true. And then you got Rob Halford from Judas Priest.
Never would have thought he was gay.
Even with all those like leather biker daddy videos.
They all wore that shit.
I know that's the thing. Like
Motley Crue said they love wearing the shit that they wore and love for guys to fucking try to make fun of them so they can kick their ass.
man, Twisted Sister, which they were just pretty much just straight up drag queens for like for quite a while there.
I mean, what are you supposed to say? Like, what are you supposed to say to all of that? But I mean, and then like saying like being a pop star. See, being a rock star was so much different because like rock gave like when rock was taken over by you know what I'm saying by by more what I'm saying white entities, it gave another freedom to be like a lot of different things. Like Guar is the perfect example of like what rock allows you to become. You know, I mean, Guar is a perfect example of that. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm just saying, like, rock. I mean, rock allows you to be so much, but pop, it's like, if you're a woman, like if you're a woman, you've had Janet Jackson, Madonna, like fucking Paula Abdul, yeah, fucking Jodie Watley at one point. You had fucking like you've had a lot of different ways and means of females that they could be pop, even pop rock. Like they don't like the Bangles didn't have to be heart, you know what I'm saying, to be, you know what I'm saying, to do what they wanted to do, you know what I'm saying, but they didn't have to, they could be a girl band. The Go-Go's could be a girl band and they didn't have to be heart, but they were fucking heart behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the Go-Go's were fucking heart behind the goddamn scenes. Shit. Like when those groupie videos leaked, oh my God.
I haven't seen those.
Oh my God. You mean to tell me you never saw the Go-Go's male groupie videos? Oh, holy shit. Too funny. They were drunk, high as fuck. They got some guys in their hotel, fucking like it's a trip. Like everybody was like shocked because the Go-Go's were not, you know what I'm saying, vacation. You know what I'm saying? You know how they were doing it. You know how they were doing it in front of the camera. You know what I'm saying?
Behind the scenes, just like, God damn.
Yeah. The Go-Go's were definitely go-go. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. I mean, like, it was funny. I mean, it was just like you have all that, but then it's like when you're a male and you actually want to be a pop star, it's like even going all the way back, Liberace, and then you got fucking Elton John, and then you got George Michael, and then you got fucking Prince, Boy George, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like it goes on and on. Michael Jackson. No offense to any of these guys, they're flamboyant. I like their style, but it's like, to me, it took all the way to, honestly, it took until The Weeknd. It took until The Weeknd became a pop star.
Oh, the Weeknd. He spells it like people from New Zealand would say it.
Yeah. Like, and until he became a pop star, like he started to really set a precedent of like what it's like to be a male, completely straight pop star. No androgyny, no none of that. It's just, you know, I'm a male guy that sings pop music. You know, I'm not really trying to be a heartthrob like that, but you know, I'm a male guy that sings pop music. You know what I'm saying? I kind of sound like Michael Jackson, but what I speak about is definitely not anything that Michael Jackson would have in his catalog. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like Michael Jackson if Madonna was Michael Jackson.
That's a vaguely terrifying image. Mainly because I'm picturing Madonna now.
See, not facial wise, but I'm talking about like content and
Yeah,
pushing the envelope wise.
yeah.
But of course, yeah, she looks like she looks like the jigsaw ventriloquist.
That makes the puppet came from space. Now you've got
No, it was
Madonna.
like if you wipe the red stuff and whatnot, like I swear to God, like if you like we can pull her up right now. I'm telling you, if you wipe the red, you know, the red from his face, yeah, you got Madonna. You got Madonna. I swear to like one of them,
I still feel like puppet's probably more attractive.
huh?
I still feel like
Say,
the puppet's probably more attractive.
I don't know, man. They seem pretty spot on.
It
They
scares me less. I know that for sure.
okay. And speaking of mildly scary and funny, um, because again, you know, like here's the thing. Like, what is the feeling for you? Like at the moment, at this moment of truth, where Ash has got to say these words, you know, Klaatu, Verata, Nikto. Like, why in this moment is it like? What does it make you feel in this moment for him to be fucking up those, for him to be forgetting that word and fucking it up at this moment of truth? What did that what did that do for you in this moment that was different from a movie like this?
It was just the hero being just this. Like he thought too much of himself to pay attention when he was learning the words.
It's a
He was
word we
being
call arrogance.
he was the guy was trying to tell him. He's like, yeah, I got it. No, you don't got it. Obviously, you don't got it.
So I mean, okay. Is it so? I mean, you got to think. I mean, he survived. He has survived through a lot of shit. You know, his hands gone. You know, or at least at that particular point, he's dealing with a lot. You know, like
Yeah, he survived his own body trying to murder him.
so is he? I mean, is he wrong for being a little full on himself? I guess you know what I'm saying. I mean,
Oh, I can't deny. I pretty much guarantee I'd be the same way if I'd gone through all that shit and had this chainsaw hand, and I was in a time where people are, you know, comparatively primitive.
I mean, but okay. So what? I mean, but why would you? I mean, because I mean, at first, okay. 'Cause I mean, yeah, at first, a lot of this was new, and then I mean, he's got through a lot. I mean, he's pretty gristled at this point, but you know, why still play him kind of lunky though? I mean, is that what made him? Is that the thing that made him more lovable at that point, or you know, it seemed to be designed to make him less likable.
Mm, wouldn't say less likable. It's
I mean,
I don't know.
he tried. I mean, although he tried to be honest that his main motivation is getting out of here. You know what I'm saying? He tried to be honest about that. I'll give him that, but it still feels like he was really just like he was always on the cusp of any opportunity for me to get out of here. I'm taking it. You know, type of energy. I like it. It always felt that way, kind of with him. You know.
Oh yeah, and definitely was always that way. I was like, yeah, you're hot and all. I'm into this, but just so you know, if I get the chance to get out of here in like 2 seconds, I'm gone. I'll take you with me if I can, but you know,
God, did he really say all that?
no, that's just the vibe.
I was getting ready to say, because wow, man, there's no way that I missed that. Really? Like, God, I feel
I
like
mean,
such an idiot.
he may have said something similar. I can't remember exactly, but I don't think so.
But I know, I mean, I know he made clear initially that his motivation was like, "I'll help you as much as I can, but I need to I want to get out of here." You know what I'm saying? Like, and that was always his thing. So it was like he was always like letting them know, like, but it was always like, but even in that moment, like that moment meant that him getting this right meant that he gets closer to getting out of there. Like, how could he fuck it up?
I
It's
think,
funny
yeah,
for
it's
us, but how could he fuck it up like that?
just yeah, it's him being like he's got much like Liam Nielsen. He's got a certain set of skills.
Creating havoc?
I know I said Nielsen. That was Michelle's, but yeah. Well, no, it's like he's great at fighting things and killing things. When it comes to actually, thinking about things and maybe remembering stuff, not so much.
Okay. We keep forgetting because we love him so much. We keep forgetting that he is the trope. We get that. Sometimes I forget that Ash is the trope. The
He's a he's not a stupid genius, but something along those lines.
I would call him more the groovy hero guy trope. You know.
Yeah,
Yes, I put in his groovy into it because that's that's
you
a
got
lot
it.
of people. A lot of people have have based off of his groove. You know what I'm saying? A little bit if I would say, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they've kind of based a little bit off his groove. You know, it's that guy who thinks
He's
that
sort of like it really kind of started that sort of characters like Ash. You think of to a point sort of like Brendan Fraser in The Mummy and stuff like that. Like I can't really think of a time earlier than these movies where like you had that guy.
not a guy with that, like I said, with that kind of sort of like because like let me just give real quick to give a little bit of context here.
Like a lovable, somewhat oafish kind of guy who's definitely capable, but he's a bit of a dummy.
But Army of Darkness was like was like 19 was like 1992.
92,
I was like,
I think.
yeah,
Yeah,
I was like, shit, definitely was not a fucking teenager even then. So it's like at that point, there were really no guys that really had that sort of like Arnold Schwarzenegger was always the guy that was good for a smart ass last line before he does you in type of shit.
yeah, but it's not the same though.
No, definitely not. I agree with you. That's the whole point that I was making. While he had that, it was definitely more of a. It was just this different. Like, it's hard to. Like he gave more. I hate to for lack of a better word, he gave more swag in this role. He
Yeah.
gave more of a swagger in this role. You know, okay, give me a quick moment because I'm go with me here. Okay, go with me here. I'm gonna try to. Now, this movie happened in 1986, man. 1986. Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that.
There was a certain Kurt Russell in there
Yeah.
with a certain kind of
Definitely.
swagger,
Yeah.
a certain kind of lunkhead. You know, I'm good enough and tough enough to get us through anything swagger. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah. So almost like the
I
yeah,
definitely
I
don't
was gonna
think
say it's yeah,
I
it's very
definitely don't
really
think,
not that much different, really.
but I definitely don't
I
think
haven't
that
seen that
Ash,
movie in a long time, but
but I
I would
definitely
say
don't
it's
think that
probably the
Ash,
closest thing.
but he's not. I definitely don't think that Ash is peeling from Kurt Russell's character. I definitely do
No,
not think he's peeling from him or like ripping at all. I just think that they that they had a certain uniqueness that they brought to the lead hero character role that nobody was really bringing. You know what I'm saying? It was one thing to be tough, but it was another thing to be a little bit smart ass and humorous and even a little bit like aloof at times. You know, to show that you can be a little human, that sometimes you're not always badass and whooping everybody's ass. Sometimes you gotta, sometimes you gotta work your way through things, you know.
that's it. You're fallible. You're not just this perfect
but
human specimen,
and I guess to kind of boil it down, you don't take yourself so seriously.
or even seriously at all. As far as yeah, Ash, yeah, Ash sometimes takes
No,
himself seriously, but
no, come,
I,
no, come
I
on,
feel
no,
like
no,
it's almost not intentional, really.
shit. Do you not did you not see the way he sold the S Smart slogan at the end of that damn movie?
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah, come on now.
I
You
mean,
gotta
nothing
know.
nothing is more iconic than shop smart, shop S smart.
Yes, I mean, but yeah, the way he sold that, yes, come on now. He had pride. He had pride because he was just because of what he brought to it. You know what I'm saying? I
I mean,
mean,
come on. After that line, I wanted to do my Black Friday shopping at S Mart.
God.
Which I
Oh,
watched the director's cut last time I watched that movie. Wildly different ending. That ending is a studio thing
all right. Well,
because the original ending is he gets given some kind of like potion or whatever that he's meant to take
1 second.
6 drops of to get back to his timeline, and he gets distracted by something and takes 7. Wakes up in like a post-apocalyptic world, and just is all pissed he overslept. Everything's just fucked. And the studio was like, "No, it's too bleak. You gotta fix that."
I mean, it's bleak, but I mean that's pretty like accurate for Ash.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
'Cause it's yeah, sort of like the words. Like he didn't take it seriously enough, and just like, oh, you got distracted by something, but you really should remember how many drops you had. It's kind of important. But no,
Yeah.
you overslept by, say 100 years or whatever. Now it's way too late to do anything about anything.
I still can't get over the fucking intro, man. It's like it was definitely an N word. It's like Klaatu, Ferrata. Beep.
I had no idea what to use for a reaction shot, so I just used one from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah. We can't stop here. This is backcountry.
It's the same when he's in a bar and he's like, "Tell him about the fucking golf shoes," and there's a bunch of like dinosaur people that are just, oh,
And you see, I still have never seen that movie.
it's a great movie, but it's also a. I remember back in high school, me and some friends, we would get drunk and I think we finally got through it when we smoked weed. We would get drunk a bunch, like get real drunk, try to watch the movie, and the opening of the movie, if you're not in the right state, feels like an entire movie. The first 30 minutes, and we would never make it past that point.
Yeah.
So then when I finally got to watch the whole thing, I'm like, oh, that's fucking great.
I'll probably get to it eventually. There's like I've said before, there is a lot of movies that I've never seen that I need to see.
Yeah, that was a great movie and a great book too. Actually, I haven't read anywhere
book?
near enough Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah, he was a journalist,
Oh,
and the book definitely it's a great adaptation. I will say the movie, and he's got what was it? I've only read like 3 of his books. I read that one. There was one where he was embedded in the Hell's Angels, and the other one I think was just like a collection of letters or something he wrote. But yeah, a very interesting guy
yeah.
with a very unique take on things. And Johnny Depp played him in another movie, which I think was also based on a book, The Rum Diaries, which I've never seen.
I've heard of the Rum Diaries, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, that came out many years. I feel like that was a mid 2000s movie, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on the list, and someday I'll get to it before I die. Hopefully, maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
There's too many things.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of movies that I've never seen that I need to. Like for example, a movie that just popped up in my head all of a sudden, 12 Monkeys. Never seen it.
That's a great one. It's much like old Terry Gilliam movies. It's a weird one. That was Terry Gilliam.
Yeah.
I'm not wrong about that, but it's a weird one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, all I know about it is that it has something to do with time travel.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much away about it. It's a movie that's worth going in as fresh as possible, I would say. One of those.
Yeah,
Where just watch it.
My understanding is that it has something to do with time travel, so that's gonna piss off my inner time Fuhrer.
Yeah, he might get a little pissed, but not too much, I don't think. I don't think.
I don't know. I never
It's been a while. I
watched the
haven't seen
12
that movie in a
Monkeys
long
TV
time.
show that was out, but
I heard that was good. I think
I've heard mixed things about it.
It might have. That end or get canceled? I feel like it ended.
I don't know because I never watched
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm not sure. It's one of those ones like, I'll check that out, and just never got around to it.
I think it got 4 seasons, so it's possible it might have ended. But
Definitely possible.
It was a Sci-Fi Channel show, so
Yeah, that leaves a little more up in the air.
yeah, because Sci-Fi Channel scripted shows never last longer than 5 years.
Because that's what do we get with? Was the Expanse 5 or 6?
On Sci-Fi Channel, it was 3.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because it was Amazon for the last 3.
Yeah, on Sci-Fi Channel, it was 3 years. And I think if it had stayed on Sci-Fi Channel, it would have been no more than 5.
Yeah. I'm definitely glad they shifted.
Yeah, even though I'm kind of pissed that they ended it after 6 seasons because at the end of season 6, they introduced the storyline that they were going to focus on for the rest of the books, and they introduced a prominent character who was going to be the villain for the rest of the books, and that's when they ended the show. So I was like, well, then what was the goddamn point of introducing all those characters in that plot line?
Yeah,
Because
because
now
at
you're
that
not going to
point,
do anything with it.
yeah, because it was a planned ending at that point too, right?
Yeah.
Like they knew this was going to be the end.
Yeah, so what they introduced was the origins of the Laconian Empire, and specifically its leader, Admiral Duarte. And they introduced him specifically, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be cool. We're going to learn about the origins of the Laconian Empire and how Admiral Duarte rose to power. And then the show just ended. And I'm like, well, then what the fuck is going to go on now? I mean, because,
Just
like,
you could have, they could have tied up like they pretty much had a fairly neat, tidy ending.
they
Aside
did
from
have a
that,
neat,
really.
tidy ending, but in the books, there's like a 30-year time jump. There's a 30-year time jump, and when the Laconian Empire becomes a much more prominent threat, uh, like Holden and Nagata and Amos and Alex, who is still alive in the books, they're now like elderly now. They're like in their 50s and 60s now.
Yeah.
And they have to help the UN and the MCRN fight against the Laconian Empire.
So are they like fighting from like a like in an immediate capacity, or more like on this like an advisory kind of thing?
That I'm not sure about.
Okay.
But I do know that the MCRN and the UN have more like a tenuous, like not really an alliance, but more like a peaceful cooperation. To like an agreement that the Laconian Empire is the more immediate threat.
So it's fairly fragile, but strengthened a bit because of that.
Yeah, because of the
At least
Laconian Empire.
temporarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Might have to get to the books because I don't think we're ever going to see that come back again.
Oh no, the Expanse is done. It's never coming back. And as far as
It's like
and even if they
this
did
sort of
bring
thing,
it
like
back with a much older
yeah,
versions of those characters, the original actors are not coming back. They'd have to cast new actors.
and even then, it's almost too dense a thing to like. You need to do it pretty soon, otherwise, it's a massive gamble. It's like especially for the kind of budget you're gonna have to spend on a show like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Rely on people just like, yeah, you really need to know like so much backstory.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they could set it up all right, but it's like, yeah, well, make you care about these characters you have no idea about, new audience, but
Oh,
yeah,
and
you're kind
even
of relying on
aside
that.
from how they introduced the Laconian Empire and Admiral Duarte, they also dabbled with the unknown aggressors. Those like floaty, like cloud alien things.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And they did nothing with them, basically,
Well,
which
that's
really
sad.
upset me.
Set me too.
You don't even know what we're talking about, Stone.
Well, I'm just trying to vibe here.
Okay.
Are we
We're just passing the time until you come back.
so? And so because well, great. That leaves us right now making pretty all right time, but it leaves us, I guess, at this point, evil. It's an Evil Dead Rise at this point.
Yeah, Evil Dead Rise, and that'll be the last one. Okay. But Evil Dead Rise, I'll go ahead and get us started on that. Evil Dead Rise was entertaining, I would say, but it was probably the weakest Evil Dead movie out of all of them.
I definitely love the setting. I don't know why. There's something about like the movie Record or Wreck is one of my favorite horror movies ever made, which is all set inside a single apartment building, and there's something about that setting I really like.
Okay.
It's sort of
One of
it's basically the city equivalent of being in an isolated cabin, really.
Yeah, but one of the things that I liked about this movie was the fact that Alyssa Sutherland was the Deadite in this movie, and I like Alyssa Sutherland as an actress. I have been a fan of hers as an actress since I first discovered her in the show Vikings when she played the character Princess Auslaug.
Wait, so she was the mother?
Yeah, she was the mother. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Alyssa Sutherland, and also you will be interested to know that she is also Australian.
Oh,
Yeah.
we are everywhere.
Yep.
Like a blessing or a plague, depending on how you feel.
Yep. But yeah, she was. I first discovered her in the show Vikings. I think she was introduced as the character Princess Auslaug in season 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think she showed
Okay,
up in
as far as I
season 2,
know,
maybe season
I think
3.
this is
No,
the
no,
first thing I
season
saw.
2.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, she was pretty cool in Vikings. She was a bit of a bitch at first. Like her character did not get along with the character Lagatha, who was played by Catherine Winnick. But
I mean, who's going to get along with someone named Lagatha? I mean, really.
well, Lagatha was a fan favorite. Like people loved Lagatha. Lagatha was a great character. Like everyone thought that Auslag was the pretender. They didn't like Auslag because she kind of like rained on everybody else's parade.
A real
But
wet blanket.
I guess. But back to Evil Dead Rise. I liked Alyssa Sutherland's performance as the Deadite. I thought she did a good job in the role. I thought she was very creepy as the Deadite. I thought her performance in the bathtub scene where she kind of like creepily like stuck her head over the edge of the bathtub and was like smiling and said that mommy is with the maggots now. That
Yeah.
was probably one of my favorite moments of her performance as the Deadite. That was really cool. I also like the callback scene. Do you guys know what scene I'm talking about? Do you?
I
Mm,
mean, I know I do, but
no,
based on
I
the
don't.
description.
It's when
Sure.
it's in the hallway of the apartment complex where she says everybody here is dead by dawn, and then they all start
Oh, okay.
screaming dead by dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the callback scene because it's a callback to Evil Dead 2.
Sort of the gives you a bit of an indication that maybe there's some kind of, I guess, is hive mind right? Like there's definitely some kind of collective thing going on, I think,
So
between
there's
with this.
so supposedly there's always just one. There's not. These are not individuals.
So you think
They're
that
all
the
connected
one
in
that's
some way, I guess.
possessing the mother is sort of like the alpha, and that everybody else that's possessed is more of like an extension of the one possessing the mother.
Or maybe just they're all extensions of this one. I don't know. I feel there's some kind of connectivity going on that I'm not quite sure how to nail down. There's
I just
definitely an unspoken connection between these things.
Like in the hallway scene, I got the impression that it was more of like they weren't separate entities. Like when they would all get possessed, I felt like that they were all extensions of the original entity. Like they
Yeah,
weren't
like
like separate entities. They were all extensions of the original.
I felt
yeah,
like
there's something coming from somewhere.
It kind of felt like it was a virus or possibly a parasite. That's what it
Yeah,
felt like to me.
see, I felt like it was just like this, like the book, like it's almost like when you make this chant, it's like this book sort of like unearths this like overall force that has who knows how many different little fucking, you know what I'm saying, demons and things in there. But it's like, and they're all like racing to get in, you know what I'm saying, to get into somebody, you know what I'm saying, somehow. And it's like as they make somebody, as they make another person vulnerable, that leaves the other person to be entered by another. I felt like, and like in the original Evil Dead, I felt like the two were interacting with each other. They were, you know what I'm saying, they weren't the same person talking to those people who weren't deadites. It was like they were interacting and sort of playing off each other to mentally torment the other person, the other people and whatnot.
yeah, like okay, yeah. I don't know. I feel like
So it's because I feel like that whole thing, that force that we keep, that we never get to see, that's knocking down trees out there in the forest, and it's like it's pushing. I think
zooming
it's like,
about, yeah,
huh?
like zooming about the woods and
Yeah, I think it's like an amalgamation of spirits together, and like each of them is just like
they
trying
just put a
to.
break off as
They're
they
all
find
together.
someone who's open or
Yeah, and
vulnerable.
but they're all trying to fucking get there. They're all trying to be the one to inhabit. And it's like as one gets there, then it's like they're getting at everybody else to make them vulnerable for other spirits to enter them. So it's like, and it's like because they're part of that entity, there that's where the whole killing them, maybe their blood or whatever, or just coming in contact with them that way, it makes them susceptible for that. They don't have to be out there to be inhabited and everything like that. Once the main, like once one person is initially kind of sparked with that, they can then, it sort of spreads like a virus, but it just spreads the disease of this amalgamation spirit. So whatever one gets to them, basically now they're just interacting with a bunch of different, entities. I feel like, it's because to me, I feel like okay, have you guys seen Slither?
Yeah,
No,
You haven't?
I've seen parts of it, but I've never seen it all the way through.
I highly recommend. But the last part, you see how he was talking through every single person that was in that damn room that fucking thing had inhabited.
Mm.
Like nobody had an independent thought. Everybody, until she got to him, everybody was talking as him. Like they seemed to, like at certain points they seemed to have their own personalities, and they were interacting and working together to try to get at the other people. It wasn't like the same. They weren't saying the same things at the same time. It was one person would say something, and then somebody would, and then the other one would say something else. You know what I'm saying? Completely different, and they weren't both talking at the same time. That's why I felt like it was a bit of a different thing. It spread like a virus, but there were still more spirits. It just wasn't the same person. It just wasn't, like I said. I don't think it was working that way, at least in my opinion.
Bit more individuality going on with these things.
But yeah, but when it came to them being dead by dawn, yeah, of course they were in agreement with that. They were definitely in agreement that they needed to be dead by dawn. You know what I'm saying? There was more of a
Yeah,
chant. There was
that's one. Yeah,
Well,
that's one thing we all come together on.
then maybe what it is maybe it's a parasite, not really a virus.
I mean, yeah, that amalgamation spirit is definitely a parasite. That's the way they, and maybe the sacrifice thing is still a thing of is maybe a part of what brings them more into the actual mortal world. You know what I'm saying, and not just spirits and everything like that.
Yeah. So let's see. If if the deadite comes into contact with you, the parasite, a part of the parasite latches onto you and infects you, and it will grow and then possess you. So all it needs is just physical contact.
Well, I mean, it's got to be that attack, but for lack of a better word, see, in order for you to be undead, you had to be attacked in that way. But I don't. But I mean, for lack of a better word, it's parasite. But I don't think I seriously do not think it's just one demon, one deadite. It's I'm saying it's that whole thing is like an amalgamation of them. It's like, and it's like I said, the reason why it's so fervent and so rampant because they're all trying to get and inhabit whatever vulnerable, you know what I'm saying, carrier they can get to. You know, or vulnerable host they can.
I think it originated from one, and it was able to multiply and spread its sickness, basically.
I don't know. I don't think that force that they always show out in the woods that we never see, that's knocking down trees, that nothing can, you know what I'm saying, nothing seems to be able to stop its momentum. I think that's basically a powerful collection of demons and spirits that are just that they're all just racing to get to whatever host they can, you know what I'm saying, they can inhabit. And like the first entity that gets there wins. But then it's not all competition. Once that one gets there, they're then making the other entities vulnerable so that other spirits, so that other demons can basically inhabit them, and they'll have more there on Earth. And I mean, at least until whatever sacrifices they need to make are appeased, and then they can become, and they can basically be more mortal. I mean, or they can be more real on Earth and bring hell on Earth, bring the end of all things.
Come in their true forms and not have to rely on these flesh bags or skin sacks, whatever you want to go with.
So that's why I think it's more. And the more inhabitants they can get, the more they'll have. You know what I'm saying, and the more they appease what they need to appease to become, you know what I'm saying, to basically bring their, you know what I'm saying, to bring themselves into this world. You know what I'm saying, that's what they're going to do. That's the whole plan.
Which we kind of see at the start / end of Rise, which is kind of the same thing. Like after that final sort of battle with I don't know if they actually named the thing, but that amalgamation of the various deadites into that, you know, monster that she kills at the end. Yeah. Then it cuts to the next day, and the chick from the beginning of the movie is leaving the parking garage and gets attacked by something we don't see. And as we know from the start of the movie, she scalps one of her friends, and I think she decapitates the other one. I think.
Okay, I think
and rises above the lake, sort of levitates. So like, yeah, that's this shit's out there now.
Let me see. I do want to show you guys something here. Let me see.
I'm intrigued to see what these next two movies are going to be. Because one's called a spin-off, and the other one, I don't know if it was specified if it was going to be a sequel or not. I have to assume, but I don't know. We've got 2 more movies coming, that's for sure.
Yeah, speaking of which, I wanted to. They like They like this setting.
That looks like a fan film.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, was that an official thing or?
I mean, they said, okay, watch the teaser trailer for Evil Dead 2, the new chapter, the terrifying new installment in the iconic horror franchise created by Sam Raimi in the 1980s, coming in 2025 from Warner Brothers and New Line Cinema. This film promises to unleash a new wave of horror.
Hmm,
I don't get out of the way.
what do the comments say? Because there's so many fake things on YouTube these days. It's fucking annoying.
This one kind of came in when I did a search on the Evil Dead franchise, and then I was looking, and then they was showing this teaser trailer for the Evil Dead 2 coming out in 2025. And I
It
was
definitely
simply able
seemed legit, but yeah, as I said, there's so many fucking things on YouTube where it's like, yeah, teaser trailer for this thing that's not actually a thing.
But this, I didn't even go to YouTube to look for this. This was like something that I actually looked up. So this wasn't like something like on social media or anything. I actually did just like a damn Google Chrome search.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'm watching the same thing that Stone just shared.
Chapter.
This guy's got your interest peaked, huh?
No, I'm trying to see if this is what I think it is.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like covering it, like anything official covering it. So that makes me think it's not a real or
It's a
not
fan
an
film.
official thing.
Okay, so let's.
It's
Let's
a
see.
fan film. I mean, look, the trailer was uploaded by Foxstar Media. It's being produced by Foxstar Media. Foxstar Media, I believe, is a independent film production company. So it's an indie film studio. It's an independent film.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Could still be good.
No, I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm just
No,
saying
just
it's not
not
like a major
yeah.
motion picture. It's an indie film.
Okay, let's
I'll
see.
keep an eye out for it, but
Yeah, it's an indie film. I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm just saying it's not going to be like a major theatrical release. Oh my god.
Thought I got rid of it, but it won't let go.
Fan film.
And I constantly feel its presence. You can run, but you can't hide
What is this shit?
from it.
Fan film. That was a scene from Evil Dead Rise.
That's footage from fucking
Can't forget
don't
my friends, their
speak.
faces.
No.
How they died one by one.
Governed by the rules of man. No.
Fake trailer.
Creating terror through total chaos.
This ancient evil is hungry again, and I am marked by it.
I wish I knew how to
I should have
deliver
stopped
a
it and burned
line.
the book, but here I am again.
Oh my god, what the fuck? This is so dumb. Oh my god. I hate fan-made trailers. I hate them so much.
Is it
Why?
because all the women don't know how to sound interesting? They all just
No. It's because, I mean, in most cases, fan-made trailers are obviously fake. There is no, like, significant effort put into them. Oh my god. It's just like, they take scenes from movies and just, like, half-ass mash them together and say, like, hey, look, I made a trailer. That's all it is. It's
God.
like, oh my god. Every
Man,
fan
YouTube
made
is
trailer I
fucking
have ever
full of it.
seen has been the same fucking thing every time.
Okay.
Oh my god. It is so irritating.
I'm gonna say about Evil Dead Rise, by the way, because I think that was one of the prerequisites that Damian and I had. I don't really like the fact that Ellie didn't waste one of her kids. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I'm really kind of disappointed that she didn't waste one of the kids. They kind of all became deadites. So, but they kind of wasted each other. You know what I'm saying? In the midst of this thing.
Oh, so you're kind of like disappointed that the mother Deadite didn't kill one of her own children.
Yes. I really wanted to, but I was willing to accept one.
That's one of my few. Like, I didn't have a lot of issues with the movie, but
Well,
one
I
of my
mean-
few big issues was that it didn't go overboard enough. Like, it didn't get just as completely mental as I'd hoped it would be, and as it was hyped
Yeah,
up.
that is something that I had a problem with as well. I mean, there were
'Cause
some gore scenes that I did think were a little like, yee, okay, that is a bit much. Ooh,
Yeah.
like for example, the cheese grater scene. That made
Which again, that
like,
was hyped up to be more than I
ooh.
expected. Like, I remember seeing like people tweet about that, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be crazy." It's like, yeah, it was, it was rough, but it's not even like, it doesn't even have to be gore. It just, yeah, it wasn't quite as insane as I expected.
And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that she had to waste a little tot. I'm saying it could have been one of the older ones.
Just any of them, pick one. Like,
But
pick one and go with
it didn't have to be the little
All right,
tot though.
can I make a suggestion? Why
Yes.
not the little bastard who started this whole mess in the first place?
Danny, I think.
Yeah, the one who opened the book and played the audio recording that caused this whole mess in the first place.
That's where I mix it up at. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
This will be fun. You fucker.
Yeah, TEE.
Yeah,
mean,
you little cunt.
I mean maybe,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean
You
maybe,
did
but
this, you bastard.
but still, you got to have somebody. Yeah, that's the thing that makes some people feel better psychologically. But horror is not always it's not always about people feeling better psychologically. It's really about traumatizing them psychologically, and that's why the girl, that's why the older sister.
There might be a reason as to why they didn't do that, and it's because the studio might have thought that might have been a bit too extreme and they wouldn't. If they had done that, they might not have been able to distribute the movie.
If that's a
If they
concern,
kill the girl,
like if that's a concern, don't make a fucking Evil Dead movie. If
what if they, what,
mainstream is
what if they
something you
kill
even consider, just
if they kill any one
stop.
of the kids?
Yeah, if they killed any one of the kids. Yeah.
Oh, come on. Come on. Do you know in High Tension that French lesbian killed that girl's little brother?
Yes, she did.
Let him get out into the field and pop them with a shotgun.
Yes, well, I know, cat. Sorry, my cat is talking to me at the moment.
Oh no problem. But yeah, this is gonna let you know that definitely happened in High Tension. She
I've never
definitely.
even heard of that.
Oh, it's a great psycho lesbian movie. Psycho
Yeah, like
lesbian horror.
So
you might have seen the poster for her before. She's got like a a concrete saw, like this. I think she had short hair, sort of blonde chick with a big, what do you call it? Concrete saw. The fucking
Yeah, I mean, it's
like
it's a,
like a big handheld circular saw, like a giant fucking thing.
definitely cut through some things for sure. But
Oh yeah.
yeah.
But she almost might have gave you the impression of the, of the final girl, you know. But yeah, it was a great psycho lesbian horror movie. Very, very unique in its way.
Well,
She
hell,
was,
there's another movie that did something like that, and it's called Mimic. It's the movie that Guillermo del Toro directed, where it's a scene where giant, like, human killing and eating cockroaches killed a couple of kids. I mean, yeah. And they actually showed it.
Those fucking cockroaches.
Yeah.
well, it's
I was shocked that that movie did that. I was like, oh my god, they actually showed it. Ah. It's like, what the fuck?
I gotta see that one. It's a few of his earlier movies I haven't seen.
I saw Mimic like a long, long time ago. I was scared to watch that movie because it was a movie about giant man-eating bugs.
There's a couple like he did some of his earliest movies are like Spanish language that I wouldn't mind seeing too. Like I think one's called Kronos. And
Never heard of it, but I've always wanted to watch Pan's Labyrinth.
that's a great one.
Yeah.
why didn't you? But truly a great award-winning animated movie. Have you guys seen Spirited Away?
Sounds
No.
familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
I've heard of it a million times, but yeah, I know what you mean. I just haven't seen it.
It was, even down to the paper birds, man. The paper
Wait,
bird.
Spirited Away. Isn't that a Studio Ghibli movie?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew I recognized that name.
It's a fantastic.
Wait, did I just call it Ghibli? It's pronounced Ghibli. Studio Ghibli.
It doesn't matter.
God damn it, man. I fucking pissed off the entire Japanese people.
It's not a Ghibli. Most dishonorable.
Trust
Yes.
me.
I should perform
If a
Seppuku.
song, if a song about a guy masturbating and basically reaching climax, and when he does it, he thinks he's turning Japanese. If that didn't cause a bunch of controversy, then I'm not sure what does.
Wait a minute. Is that what that song is about?
Yes.
He's turning
I got your picture.
Japanese.
I
Do you
got your
really think
picture.
so?
I got your picture. I got your picture when it went on this way. Yeah, I think I'm turning Japanese. Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I think I'm
That
leaving.
changes an entire scene from Jackass on its head. Holy shit. No. There was a scene from one of the Jackass movies that I watched where they're all like took a trip to Japan and they're all
It was the
doing their
panda
stunts in
stuff,
Japan
right?
and they're playing that song in the background.
Yeah, I think it was the first movie. I think
Yeah, it might have been the first movie.
because
And
weren't they all dressed as pandas or something?
yes, they were dressed as pandas.
Yeah, I think that was the first one.
Yeah. And they were playing that song in the background, but now that I know what that song is about, I'm like, oh my god.
There's fucking Pontius jizz everywhere. Like, oh no.
What the hell was that, man?
Yeah, it was.
It's like I'm turning
quite-
Japanese, meow. No,
Yeah,
stop
I
that.
kind of like fun facts. That's why I always. That's probably one of my all time favorite shows was Pop Up Video. I used to love that shit. I used to love to take in all the little facts that would pop up during the goddamn videos on VH1. That was one of the better shows that VH1 actually had on
Well,
their damn channel.
Well, it's kind of like the same situation when out that the song "Who Let the Dogs Out" is not actually about dogs; it's about ugly women. It is. That's what it's about.
Really?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'd never even considered that, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's about who let out the ugly women.
I thought it meant like prune hounds or something.
No, it has nothing to do with dogs. It's about who let
No,
the
No, I
ugly
mean like
women out.
prune hounds, like a bunch of guys going out on the town.
No. And then also about the time when I found out that the song Macarena is actually about a woman having an affair.
Wait, isn't that Pina Colada?
No, it's Macarena. It's about a woman having an affair.
Really?
Yep. And I remember back in 5th grade, we used to play that song on the class stereo on repeat all the time because my classmates were obsessed with the dance from that song. And they had no idea what that song actually meant.
Because yeah, that fucking song. Do you like Pina Coladas getting caught in the rain? That song. It's about like a guy like trying to cheat on his wife and then ends up like cheating on his wife with his wife because it's like a dating ad he puts out or something, and she answers. I can't remember the story exactly, but
Yeah.
there's a guy who tries to cheat on his wife and then ends up being yeah. Oh shit, it's my wife. It's been a while.
No, I mean,
It's not a song I listen to daily.
no,
Whatever.
you're pretty there. She just, I mean, you're trying to run into the song, but basically, he posts an ad. Apparently, you know what I'm saying? She answers the ad. She answers the ad because she is the woman who likes pina coladas and getting caught in the rain and all that other bullshit. And then when they meet each other, it was like, oh my God, we thought we needed somebody different, but we just needed to basically tell each other what we really needed, and everything was working out. So it was just, it was happy ending toward the end. So yeah.
Even though it started with the attempt at an affair.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there was marriage counseling for years, and they probably got a divorce. But at least the song ends on a high note.
I guess.
Sort of blink out of that story.
Let's see. Besides my disappointment on the kids not being completely wasted, but becoming, becoming Deadite members, didn't like that. Like like I said, one or two could have became Deadites, and then one had to go for real. Like they just had to go. But all right, well, all righty then. Anything else about it? I mean, they were definitely interested. They definitely wanted to try to introduce some new things on. You know what I'm saying? Like them being able to come together and make some sort of, what I'm saying, weird creation. So, what do we do with that? But
One criticism that I have is the monster that she faced at the end of the movie. I wasn't really a fan of the practical effects. I thought that the way the amalgamation of like the Deadite like mass that she went up against with the chainsaw, it looked kind of stupid. It looked a little over the top. Like it was like they were trying to do too much.
Well, I
you know
mean,
what?
from what I remember reading, apparently, like it was sort of alternating between actors in the suit, stunt, and then sometimes m- mixes of the two, sort of in the suit together, kind of mashed in there, and
But I think sometimes things have effect, and I think that that like the prequel of the thing, I think it kind of had an effect because of what they were able to do. But I mean, it was more, but that was more CGI than anything, right?
yeah, because I actually only watched this recently. There was an effects studio that was hired to do all these practical things, and they, in the end, just ditched it and made it. I think it was all CG, basically, if not completely, because the
So,
practical stuff they did for that looked really cool. And obviously the original movie looked great, but yeah, the there's videos out there of what the team made for the movie, but I think it was either 90% or 100% just ditched for CG
Are
after
you
they did
talking
all
about
this
the
work.
Thing remake?
no,
The
no,
prequel, yeah.
it was a prequel.
Oh, a prequel. Okay.
See what that see the thing that what I'm saying, the thing that they showed more recently was they were doing a depiction of what had happened when the I think I want to say Scandinavian crew.
The Norwegian,
Okay, yeah,
yeah, well,
yeah,
Norwegian.
yeah.
I think
Well, the
that's
Norwegian crew basically
yeah.
happened upon this thing, and what happened with that, and then like, and in that particular prequel is where the thing it kind of took the form of that, what I'm saying, of that husky, and started running, and that's when the what I'm saying, the guys who actually survived started chasing it in the helicopter, leading to the movie, that the classic that we know and love.
Yeah, literally like directly, like one leads directly into the other, which was cool. But if from memory they fucked something up, and I can't remember what it was. It was a detail they fucked up in that ending, which I'm just kind of like, how have you not watched the original scene so many times that you make sure to get it right?
The
I can't remember
confrontation, do
what
you
the
think?
thing was.
Was it the
No,
confrontation?
like the scene at the very end of the prequel that leads like straight into the first movie. There was some detail they got wrong. I can't remember what it was. It's been a while. But it was just, yeah, there was something they fucked up.
Hmm.
Yeah, hold on. If I can find it quickly. Mm, screw up.
Dead air. Dead
Uh-huh.
air.
Oh my
Yep.
Dead
god.
air.
Yep.
Dead air.
Yep.
Dead air. Okay, what are you looking up?
Looking for the mistake for the end of the Thing prequel.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it. That was a waste of time.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Stone had gone. Sorry. I would have abandoned that sooner.
It's all good. You see, I have, to this day, never seen The Thing or The Thing prequel.
The prequel's solid. It's good. And, like, it was. I remember enjoying it, but the first movie is something I think everyone should see.
Yeah.
Just one of those, just one of those movies where I'm just like, you got to see that.
Yeah, I've never seen either one.
Like, if you watch the first one, you're interested enough, watch the prequel. To a point, I mean, obviously, you're going to get a bit of a rehash kind of thing going on. But yeah, that first movie, it's easily one of my all-time favorites. I remember
Yeah,
when I was quite young and saw that, it fucking scared the fuck out of me.
yeah. The thing that I like, well, the thing, haha. But
The thing.
yeah, the thing that I have seen like brief moments of the thing. I've never seen it all the way through, but the thing that always like freaked me out was the spider head.
Yeah, that's creepy as shit.
Yeah,
And when you got stop motion done really well, it can be fucking terrifying.
oh yeah.
Because it is just so, like, there's just something so unnatural about it.
Hmm.
And then the more realistic it looks, the more creepy it gets.
Yeah, and I remember reading somewhere because I looked into it, and I remember reading somewhere that the creature that they were dealing with that was on like the alien ship that like started attacking everybody.
Hmm.
It was there because the aliens that were transporting it on the alien ship were extraterrestrial zoologists.
Yeah, I can't remember if that's explicitly. I don't know if it's actually said in the movie, but it's definitely like heavily implied from memory. Or maybe that was because I think I read some comics at some point. But yeah, I have a that does sound familiar.
Yeah, yeah. I remember reading somewhere that the aliens that were transporting the thing said that they were extraterrestrial zoologists and that they discovered this organism on an alien ship and they on an alien planet and they were transporting it back to their home world for study. I think.
Because I think that was what crashed the ship, if I recall right.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
got I think it may have gotten loose and they were overwhelmed by it.
it's about time to give that a rewatch. It's been a while.
Yeah.
One of those movies, I'll just never get sick of it. And again, it sort of goes back to watching Slasher season 2. I said I love that like isolated snow setting, and that movie is pretty much the epitome of that.
Oh yeah.
One you don't get enough of. Like, yeah, just I don't know, it doesn't pop up that often. But when it does, like 30 Days of Night, not all town or whatever, but still,
Yeah.
that's another one I wouldn't mind getting back to. So I loved it when I first watched it, which was probably about the time it came out. But we'll see if it holds up. So I remember that being a really solid movie.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'll need to see it as well. I'll need to check it out. I'll try to find it somewhere for me to watch it. I'm sure I can find it on
Yeah,
streaming.
I would think so. Well, I don't know when Stone's coming back, but it's 7:30 a.m. So I feel like we should wrap up.
Yeah, I
I
think we
think we've
should.
pretty much covered everything.
Yep.
Going over
All right,
4 hours,
so
so
want me to close this out?
yeah, why not? Let me just you start closing it. I'll bring up an intro.
Okay, everyone,
Or
thanks for
outro,
stopping
rather.
by and checking us out this week for TEE TV. This has been our discussion of the Evil Dead movies and Sam Raimi's short film Within the Woods, which was a prelude, or I think prelude is the correct word, for
Yeah.
the Evil Dead franchise. Tune in next week where I think we're going to be discussing the Penguin and the Batman. Is that correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay, yeah. So once again, everyone, thanks for stopping by, and we will see you next week.
See you next week.
Definitely an N-word.
Klaatu, Veranda. Okay then.
TEE TV darkness reigns. Brutal laughs that's on chains. Host unleashed, cruelty's blade.